we have experienced so many of those, whether they are truth, whether they are beliefs, or whether they are purely rumors. Now, before we all start for those short conversation, let's just have a look at the first part. Warmer gets up to the feet, right? So we need to get on our feet and start thinking, what is the difference between fact and belief? Very often when we try to distinguish the two, what is the difference? Fact and belief. If we were literally getting back to the IELTS reading, we will probably say fact are already justified. First seen might be as theory, but then justified by the general public to be regarded as the forever truth in this particular planet. So we say that's fact. But then what about belief? What kind of thing would you say, this is just a belief? This might not be true. This could have changed. Now, if we were thinking back for hundreds and hundreds of years ago, people at the time think about the globe as flat and hot. They never thought about our planet is a ball. They never regard this as reality. They thought that our planet is flat and hot place where as long as we keep going, it's just like a flat fell forever. But this was being regarded as off base, something crazy, something wrong, something mistaken totally, not so long ago. So hundreds and hundreds of years ago, at the time, people think that the world is flat. But now we all realize, no, the world is not flat. The world literally is a planet. It's a ball. So belief could be, yeah, word of mouth, only hearsay. We hear someone say that, so we believe it. And we hear someone say that, so we believe that. And everyone is having their own story, so which version are we going to believe? That's the idea. Word of mouth, yeah, only hearsay. In English, if we say some words or some ideas or some information or only hearsay, which means it's literally something low credibility, low accountability, but still being regarded as a doctrine of life by many others. And today we're going to debunk all of those truths and beliefs. Are they literally the truth forever, or are they purely a myth? Now, today we are getting back to the topic. Look at the word cool. So the lower part is going to have a lot of word clouds, right? Floating on the surface of this particular page, and say, what do you think the terms means and what do you think article will be about? Now tell me, fruit and vegetables. How many would you regard as healthy? In order to stay healthy, researchers, scientists, dietitians keep telling us, do you know how many fruits and vegetables you should eat a day so you can live long? We all yearning for a longevity of lifestyle, but exactly how many fruits do we need to consume in a day? And how many different types of vegetables do we really need to eat a day so to keep ourselves healthy? 来，我们先来乱聊一下。我们今天要 debunk 就是解开谜底。到底我们为了维持健康付出了多大的努力？我们做的这一切有没有回报？到底一天要几蔬几果才能维持生命健康？ How many exactly? What's the usual norm? I know this classroom has been very quiet, but I'm so happy because we don't need to talk about the books today. So usually people say, how many fruits? How many veggies? 来乱问一下，一天要几蔬几果 ？Based on the dietitians， 好，我们有很多专业的、漂亮的、帅气的营养师，天天告诉我们吃什么吃什么，不要吃什么不要吃什么，要怎样不要怎样。So， 我们来讨论一下。到蔬果的主题的时候 ，5 Winnie and Reese Bravo, excellent. Two very talented prodigy. 我们有两个非常聪明的 prodigy 神童，答对了，叮咚 five。但五蔬果是三蔬两果还是两蔬三果？Exactly how do we calculate the portion? Usually they are going to mention something like, well, once I had a friend who worked in a hospital and she's a dietitian. And so she told me, whenever we talk about fruits and vegetables, it should be five. But then we started to wonder, okay, so the five was like two veggies and then three fruits, or three veggies and two fruit. The general norm is like three veggies and two fruit. Yeah, that's right, Winnie. Bravo, excellent. We've got talent here. Child prodigy. 然后出现了一个很聪明的神童，对，所以是两果、两种水果、三种蔬菜，不是三种水果、两种蔬菜。Because we need to talk about the portion of sugar. Fruits contain sugar, and some of those fruits are extremely sweet. If we were in terms of Taiwanese flavor, we tend to cultivate it extremely high sweetness kind of fruit. So if we were regarding to fruit, two types of fruit a day, three types of veggies a day is good enough to believe, right? 好，所以是两果三蔬两果，不是三果两蔬哦。而且我们根据台湾的水果，通常要求推出极致卓越甜的，甜度高达13、14、15的。我有记得我买了一个很夸张的水果。I remember once I was trying to, because I tried it once in a restaurant, and it was a super sweet passion fruit, 超高甜度的百香果，据说比满天星还要再甜。然后餐厅老板请我们吃。After that, I was like crazy searching for these type of particular kind of passion fruit. I have to say, it was not. It does not come cheap. And I had probably like 5 of them each meal. 我一餐大概吃5颗，就是百香果切开，然后汤匙吃5颗，超甜。然后我就觉得好幸福哦，一餐吃5颗，一天吃10颗，早餐没有吃。很快我的血糖就 I got that sugar high. I have to say, maybe that's not so healthy for the general. 满天星，满天星是，噔噔，终于有小的在下我的用武之地了，好高兴啊！满天星 is a specific kind. It's not a kind of flower, although we do see that in the florist shop, but not here. This is a brand new breed of passion fruit, cultivated and featured for its high sugary sweetness. 满天星是台湾的，那个农业奇迹之一，它具有非常独特的香气。它是百香果，它不是花哦。好，它是一种百香果的品种 ，high sugary level， 高甜度 ，high sugary level， so sweet that you're going to make you believe that you are falling in love. And then the seeds are extremely tiny and diminished. 满天星不是超商卖的零食。No, Leo, that was so wrong. No, we're not talking about junk food. We're literally talking about fruit and veggies. Leo, 我要再解释一下，不是啊，不是超商，超商也有卖满天星，对我知道，而且我都把它套在这个指头这里5只，然后就这样，哦，great relaxation after work，下班后最放松。对啊，是超商卖的零食。I thought it was cookie. No, no, no. It's passion fruit. 它是一种百香果的品种，超甜超好吃。对， 满天星零食就是要这样吃，插满10根手指头，然后看 Netflix 里面超好看的一部英国剧，叫做《Department Q》，警探侦查消失8年的知名女律师，最终在爱尔兰小岛上一个工厂的高压储存仓当中，发现被关了8年的女律师，凶手是她小学同学的妈妈，超好看。Department Q highly recommended， 跟满天星一样，超级推荐。它要出第2季了，大家一定要去看。Department Q， 对 ，scary 啊。I enjoy the mysterious and the vibe. It was so dangerous, and the mysterious vibe permeates the entire episode. It was so great, and it did literally be nominated by the Amy's Award. 它是被那叫什么 nominated， 叫中文叫做提名，没有得奖，但是它是提名的影片，在英国获得非常高的收视率。Department Q。I'll check it out. Yeah, it was on Netflix, but then I was logged out by my Netflix account, so I couldn't log in now because I forgot the password. And then they are going to have the season 2, Department Q season 2, coming soon. 主语 I'm not to that particular film. I'm not a big fan of romance. Is that a romance? 主语哦，以我有限的知识，我只知道沽名浊誉这件事。好啦，不要闹大家。So it's from Main Lane. Okay. Right. Let's get back to where we were. Why are we arriving to this destination? 我们如何到这个场这个剧的？我们怎么讲到这儿的？ How do we get here? Okay, get back to fruit and vegetables. Okay, so 2 fruits, 3 veggies. 记得哦，3蔬2果。So that was about a fact that we should believe, and it's actually a belief that had been told by so many other people. Okay, and next one is bodybuilders. Now, if you're thinking about everyone is going to look like the masculine cartoon figure whose name is boo boo. Who was that? Bodybuilders. Literally in the cartoon, the protagonist did actually have a lot of muscles coming around. Every single time he swallowed cans of what kind of vegetable? Ask a silly question around here. Yeah, Popeye. So it's a Q&A time. What kind of vegetable does Popeye eat? What kind of vegetable does he eat so that he can grow muscles and become a bodybuilder? Spinach. Bravo. Excellent. So Popeye the Sailor Man. Boo boo. Excellent. So we've been taught when we were kids that we have to eat spinach. So this literally is a belief saying that if you eat spinach, you're going to grow muscles just as strong as Popeye. But I have to say, in the movie, in the animation, in the cartoon of Popeye, he seems to have another enemy, which is like their foe, their lifetime rival, who was also a even bigger bodybuilders. I didn't recall his name, but it's like every single time Popeye and Olivia was on a trip or was on a holiday, and that big guy is certainly show up. So he's really like an absolute kill for Popeye, although I don't recall his name. So bodybuilders, everyone is thinking about building up muscles. Everyone thinks that this is a symbol of being healthy. But once in a blue moon, we did hear about bodybuilders suddenly had a heart attack and passed away immediately. So what was it? Are they not being the healthiest person on this planet? Now, what about athletes? We all know athletes sacrifice their entire teenage with their juvenile. They sacrifice their time. They sacrifice their childhood to play with other mates, and so that they could achieve an Olympic award, a gold medal. So they sacrifice a lot because they symbolize a healthy lifestyle, a life with disciplines, a life with training. So we had seen those athletes to remain slim, remain healthy, and follow a rather rigid training session for their entire juvenile period. So it's a symbol of staying healthy. Now, what about 10,000 steps? How many steps do you walk in a day? How many? You've reached 10,000 steps a day. Please type 1 in the meeting chat. If you walk less than 10,000 steps a day, type 2 in the meeting chat. Let me see. I'll probably do 2. Is there anyone who is 3 that I barely walk in a day? Then you can type 3. So Nicole is typing 2, less than 100, less than 10,000. Good. Leo is, you reach 10,000 steps a day. You must be very hardworking. And Winnie is also less than 10,000. I'm doing that less than 10,000 as well. And Billy, the English teacher, is also doing the less than 10,000. Changting, less than 10,000. That's very normal. Lily, you are getting about 10,000. So Lily and Leo, you were the only 2 child prodigy here, says that you reach 10,000 steps. So how do you calculate? Do you have an electric device called a pedometer? Do you have the pedometer with you that you carry with you every single day, and so it tells you how many steps you walk? Or you literally download an app, and so the computer, no, so the smartphone app tells you how many steps you did on that day. Garmin watch, Xiaomi watch, you guys are the digital generation. iPhone, yeah, iPhone counted as well. My iPhone counts for every single day that I add that how many steps that I. So tell me, how do you feel when you reach 10,000 steps? You feel overjoyed? Do you feel no longer tired? Or do you feel a great sense of fulfillment? What? Normal? So why are we being instilled with the knowledge of we have to walk 10,000 steps a day? I feel proud of myself. Bravo, Nicole. So like if you don't get to 10,000 steps a day, we feel less proud of ourselves. I have to say this, right, from my personal experience, since I'm getting old and you guys are so young. When I was 20 something, early 20 something, I literally had a pedometer with me, and I tried to force myself to go over to 15,000 steps a day because I want to lose weight. I don't want to get fat. I don't want to be, the joke of the class. And then, so there is room to improve. Don't do any more improvement, Nicole. No, you're gonna get tired and you're gonna injure yourself. Your job require, Lily, your job requires you to walk 10,000 steps a day. Sue your boss. Why would he? Does your boss walk 10,000 steps a day? I have to say, this is not something like an encouragement, but sue your boss when it was like that. I tried. Oh, if that is your job requirement, then you have to do so. It's like if you, you your requirement for doing this job or having this job is you need to stay slim. Sometimes we need to stay fit so that we can be more suitable or more presentable. In a way, if you're saying you work in this company, you represent it. So we have to think about the image. When people see us, they literally think about this company. They literally wanted to buy this product, or they literally wanted to listen to us, right? I'm a PE teacher. So Lily, do you sacrifice long hours for your training? Like you run, although you really want to sleep? Or you have to play basketball, although you feel really tired and your muscles are crying sore, walking on the playground all day. Your boss should pay you extra for just walking on the playground all day. This is so exhausting, right? So cool. It is a healthy job. It certainly is a very healthy job because they can never gain weight. They're going to stay slim forever as long as they're the PE teacher. It's an ideal job. Yeah. Enjoy running like the marathon, half marathon. I did once for a marathon and I caught a cold and lie on bed for about 2 weeks so that I can suddenly had my recover. After that, I rejected all different types of marathon, although I still wanted to join for their really pretty and nice and pinky gifts. But then I just say, maybe I'm not the make for a marathon. Ugh. Maybe it's time to join again. Marathon. I'm getting too old. Is there a limit, an age limit for marathon? So people been saying, yeah, running a marathon is healthy. Running a marathon can boost your stamina and it gets all your charisma. It's very giving. You should go. So I went the first time and I got sick because it was raining and it's pretty early, like 4 o'clock in the morning. And we get together in front of the Taipei City Council. 我还记得在台北市政府前面，然后凌晨4点多就到，然后开跑时间天还半没鱼肚白这样，然后跑没有到晚就下雨，下雨以后就因为第一次没有经验，然后就没有带多余的衣服，就最后跑完的时候就回家重感冒2个礼拜，然后我就觉得，唉，我实在太没用，自己觉得自己很没用。Before joining, we should train ourselves. Yeah. My friend, she had her training for that particular marathon for about a month. And I was literally a novice, still wet behind the ear, fresh as salad. And so then I decided to join the marathon. It was like, and it's like a very short past decision. It was a sudden decision. So 10,000 steps gets so many talks right down here. This is an absolute kill. 来1天1万步获得了广大的回响。再来 8 hours of sleep. How many hours of sleep do you guys sleep? I have to say, if you really walk up to 10,000 steps a day, you could sleep like a log. Because it was so tiring. I literally get probably 6 to 7 hours. So that boosts that can reboost our metabolism. Nicole says, I don't have stable sleeping schedule. So your sleeping schedule is like, maybe one day you could sleep more than that. And if the next day you tend to be busier, you will sleep less than that. Right. Yeah, I think it's more like with regular variation. It varies among our life, our jobs, or among like the environment, right? If it is really noisy and it was like the traffic honking, banging all day long. Even if I really want to sleep, I couldn't. I probably had an urge to open my window and shout out loud and say, just be quiet, that sort of thing. So 8 hours of sleep. So if you really get 8 hours of sleep, anyone here, regular sleep, 8 hours a day, no, at night, please type 1. I wanted to discover anyone that is unique, like a unicorn. Every single night, you get a decent 8 hours of sleep. Please type 1. Anybody here? Okay, if there is anyone halfway through it, just type 1 if you reach 8 hours of sleep. I would be probably, what? We have the unicorn. Winnie, you had a regular 8 hours of sleep every night? How did you manage to do that? So for example, if your boyfriend wants to talk to you on a smartphone and then say, sorry, I have to go to bed, and then you hang up immediately, you need to. Don't tell me this is your job requirement again, just like Nicole. No. So what kind of situation? Like students here in this classroom, if your full-time job is a student in the school, you sleep 8 hours a day. No, sorry, 8 hours at night. Please type 1. 每天晚上能够睡足8小时哦，这个真的是一个非常困难的任务呢，尤其是要对于我们这个 digital generation 数位世代的年轻人来说。I used to sleep 8 hours since elementary school. If you start working, this might not be so easy to attain to. Anyone here in this classroom is a student and you literally sleep 8 hours a day? No, a night, at night. So now we are all grown ups. So grown ups seems to sleep less than 8 hours. Anyone reaching up to 10 hours, let me know. Reese. So Reese is also getting 8 hours of decent sleep, a good night rest. Well done. We are obviously looking at 2 perfect examples of setting up a good night's sleep model here. Now, low calorie diet. Exactly how low would you call it low calorie? I once read about an article saying that for a general normal people, we just sit there all day, or we lie on our bed all day. We're not doing anything. We're not walking. We're not talking or fobbing on our phone. For female, it will naturally takes about 1,200 just to sustain our life, maintain our entire circulation and heartbeats and everything. Do nothing all day. It will consume 1,200 calories for a female. And in terms of male, it probably will add up to 1,800 or probably around 2,000 calories a day just to sustain our basic life circle. I'm not sure if this is the truth, since we have a professional PE teacher in this classroom. If I did actually say anything wrong, do correct me, okay? So how could we live with a low-calorie diet? Once I was watching a documentary about the Korean K-pop singer. Each one of them has very strict low-calorie diet. So the reporter from the BBC News was asking them, how do you stay so fit and slim throughout this entire career in this entertainment industry for 10 years, and you never been seen a day being accused overweight? How did you manage to do that? And so the lady replied, she only eats one meal every day. And then so the reporter was shocked. And she said, so how about the rest of the two? And then the lady, the pop singer, then reply with, well, we get to drink maybe some herbal tea, maybe some coffee, or maybe some kanji that will boost our stamina. But we can only eat one meal a day. So could it be like in the morning? No, we had very strict training in the morning for dancing, and so we're not allowed. So they only eat the lady based on the lady's news report. She had dinner only. And I was like, no, low calorie diet in this way, I'm just gonna die. I totally is not the kind that it's not the make of a low calorie diet. So anyone here in this classroom have tried this extreme low calorie diet? 我看 BBC 的纪录片，然后他们是匿名的方式去采访在韩国，就是歌唱事业哦，有10年这么久，已经很资深的一个歌手，是一个女生。然后询问她常年保持良好体态的这个方式，然后当这个女歌手呢说出一天只吃1餐的时候，那个 BBC 新闻的记者吓了一大跳，就是觉得这样的生活好像另外2餐都不见或消失是很正常，或对他们来说是很常见的。So she was like the perfect example. When you are in that industry, when you are having this job, you just have to bite the bullet, right? In English, if we say bite the bullet, it means you just have to endure it. You just have to tolerate that this is the reality. Only when we retire from this post or from this job title so that we can regain our normal diet. So far, she's still in the entertainment industry as a K-pop singer. So she said, well, I guess I have to bite the bullet until the day that I retire. So bite the bullet, it means we just have to endure that. Now, red meat, tell me something about the red meat. Is there a fact or is there a belief about red meat? People often connected red meat with cardiovascular disease, saying that if we eat more red meat, it will gain or it will increase our percentage of developing cardiovascular disease. But is this really so malicious? Is the red meat a real criminal for our cardiovascular disease? I'm not sure, but I try to avoid the red meat, but I don't see any changes so far with the cardiovascular disease. Fat. Oh, right. That's probably one reason, because the red meat contains a decent portion, a fair amount of fat. And so that it can transform into a kind of factor for being obese and overweight. So yeah, probably that's the reason why for those dietitians, they're going to recommend that people eat less red meat so that they could reduce their vascular, for example, their cardiovascular disease might not develop so fast, or they will be able to prevent themselves from premature cardiovascular disease, right? Cooking way. Yeah, cooking method is also like what Lily is just mentioning here. The way of cooking, how we cook the meat might have a profound impact on how much fat we consume. For example, if we just pan fry the red meat, it could get all the fats, the juice coming out, but somehow it could, to a certain level, decrease the level of fat that we consume if we cook it with a pan fry method, right? But people who really enjoy the red meat might argue, if you are only using the pan fry, you get all the juice out. So what's all the fun for eating the steak? I remember once we went to a steak house with my brother, and he was literally taking something as like medium rare. And I was like, David, are you sure you want to take this meat here, medium rare? I was just about to say, well done. And then he was like, yeah, when you get well done, you are all done with your steak because you ruin it. And I was like, no, I don't want to get, sick if I had the meat that is raw or it was not cooked properly. But then my brother was like he was a big fan of the steak, and then he enjoyed those juicy and meaty flavor from the medium rare. Can never understand with that. Red meat. Okay, so red meat is often connected and associated with fat. All right. So six pack. Six pack is not about beer. Six pack is literally referring to the muscle on our stomach. Now, you don't need to show me any picture here, okay? If you have a six pack, type 1 in our meeting chat. If you have literally just like me, have 1 pack on your stomach, type 2 in the meeting chat. I'll probably type 2 straight away and say 1 pack. 好，我先来，大家一定很害羞，不用给我看照片哦。我先说，如果你真的有6块肌，不用给我看照片没关系，请在聊天室打1。You're not lying to yourself, right? OK， 如果你跟我一样有1个 pack， 有1块肌，请打2。So, why is having 6 pack so important? As long as we have low density, our BMI, our index of body fat is extremely low, we naturally is going to have the 6 pack, no? How about 8? You do have 8? Wow. So what does it count for 8? I'm not sure about 8, but I can think about The Simpsons. I recall from one of those Simpsons cartoons that there was one of his neighbor having 8 pack. But I forgot for which of those that could call us collectively remember for the 8 packs. Just kidding. So then I have to say, well, this is so funny and hilarious. Give me a break. 6. I think 6 is difficult. And if we were literally saying about 8 pack, they probably have to work in the military, serve as soldiers, serve as Marine. Then they could have the 8 pack. So Billy having 2 as 1 pack, Winnie has the same as me as 1 pack. 嘉诚 having 1 pack, 是不是1块肌比较舒服？就没有6块没关系。So why is people so crazy about having 6 pack? Is a symbol of healthy? So if 6 pack is a symbol of healthy, what about 1 pack? Are we living healthy? Are we getting 1 pack in our doomsday? 6块肌比较健康，表示体脂很低。那1块肌的人怎么办呢？像我这样怎么办？就是那个末日了吗？这样就好像太夸张，没关系。1 pack is good, yeah, certainly. 1 pack is the new fashion. The new fashion. Now we have this going on. Now, what about the next one? One pack. Apart from six pack, 好啦，在6跟1之间，我们跳到 weight loss，weight loss 减重，这个我们已经知道，大家都会说啊，要减重啊，不要太胖啊，才可以活久一点。Why? Are we going to live up to 100 years old just like a turtle? But turtle literally can live more than 100 years, you know. Staying hydrated, which means we have to drink a lot of water. So how many glasses of water are we recommended to drink each day? As being a norm of this world, how many glasses of water do we need to drink in a day so we can be healthy? 2 liters. 2 liters a day. So I have to get an additional with 1 extra bottle there. 2,000 millimeters. Less for girls. Why? Also, it's way dependable. Okay, so I have to drink more now. Can I drink coffee instead of water to stay hydrated? Like, I know I'm not a big fan of water, but if I can drink coffee or tea, of course, without any sugar, does it account for hydration, a kind of hydration? No coffee? No, it will be the doomsday. Actually, I'm a big fan of coffee. But I try to have 50-50, right? Half of my cups filled with coffee and the rest of it with water. Coffee water. Does it also count as staying hydrated, or is coffee dehydrating? Many people was complaining, yeah, it was diuretic. It makes you want to pee. So people often drink coffee or tea will experience constant urge to use the ladies' or the men's room because that makes you want to pee more often, right? So coffee is not good because it was diuretic. And then so we drink water. So water is not that diuretic as coffee, right? So stay hydrated. So 2,000 millimeters or 2 liters per day to stay healthy. Okay. Anyone here gets no, not 6-pack, personal trainer? That certainly comes with a fortune. Usually personal trainers costs an arm and a leg. So expensive. This is certainly out of my league. 这个我真的鞭长莫及。这个健身教练这件事情与我无缘啦。Oh yeah, but then, hey, wait. If we were to talk about personal trainer, if we were to think about, say, Lily, would you like to be a personal trainer? It's a good job and it's very well paid. And it certainly pays more than a PE teacher. Thinking about a career change. No, under this kind of situation or under the threat of Donald Trump, we are not encouraging for having any career change at this moment. Remain stable and we are still observing it. Yeah. So I think it does pay well. According to my friend, who she used to hire a personal trainer just to give her a phone call and say, you should wake up and come to the gym to see me today. We're going to do many laps and then we're going to do aerobics and then those training stuff. She told me it was like 1,000 or 2,000 something just for the personal trainer. Yeah, that's definitely out of my league as well. I'm not just going to say I will not spend money on getting someone to give me a phone call and kick me back into the gym. Personal trainer. Bleh. Not my cup of tea. But my friend told me she hired a personal trainer to help her shed some pounds just in 2 months. She shed, I remember she shed quite a lot of pounds so she can fit into her wedding dress so that she can sing a song, da 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 da. Personal trainer works. Muscles. Okay. The more muscles we have, the more calories we burn. It seems to be a fact that many people had assumed to be the reality. So are all these facts? Are we all need that 8 hours of sleep? Do we really need to drink 2 liters of water a day? Do we have to walk up to 10,000 steps so we can stay healthy? And the fruit and veggies? What if I only eat junk food every single day? And that certainly is going to die early, right? So for this keyword part, we're going to go through it quick enough. And because we have so many videos to watch today from TED Talk. So the first one, number 1. じゃあ、皆さん、1番。Question says, blah, 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 blah is a fact or piece of information that influence an event. So if this is the usual way, we are going to say that this is, okay, there are 14 of them. So the first one, I'll take that as an example so you knew exactly what to do in the first place. It's going to see as a factor. So a factor is a fact or a piece of information that influence an event. For example, a factor to help me slim down is because I don't want to be body shamed by the rest of my classmates. Okay, now what about number 2? Blah, 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 blah. Something somebody else thinks will be good for you. Or this is often the excuse from our parents. I think this is good for you, so you should do this. I think this is good for you, so you should do that. What kind of words? We already have the word discuss for factor, so we cross that out. What about number 2? Among the word bank, we literally is looking for a word starting from R, and it talks about something good for you. So I suggest you should do so. I advise you to take this pill because it makes you feel healthy. Recommendation. Ding dong, bravo. We've got talents. Here is come with a child prodigy. 好，我们又发现了一个神童。好啦，还有没有出现的神童，对不对？可能因为在吃便当，所以不方便。我们班有很多深藏不露之人。We've got talents here. What about question 3? We've done with recommendation, so we cross this on out. Number 3. Blah, 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 blah. The possibility that something unpleasant or dangerous might happen. It started with an R as well. Now we have so many R words. So far, we got repetitions, we got risk. Yeah, Winnie has got 2 points for Gryffindor. It certainly is a sentence, a line from Harry Potter. But I'm not sure about you guys. Perhaps you guys are being so young and you're far, far away from Harry Potter and you didn't know who he was at the time. So question number 3, the answer is risk. Question 4. 皆さん、4番。blah, blah, blah, are. So this literally is going to talk about plural forms because it uses are. Illnesses that are caused by infections, like the flu, diseases. Ding dong. Bravo. Excellent. Terrific. Très bien. eases. In Latin words, it literally means, oh, sorry, it was a misspell. I was trying to think about the word from the Latin. This word was first in Latin words regarded as a portmanteau, which means this plus ease. Ease means something relaxed, happy, and so we are not in any way suffer. But in Latin word, this means not. So it means not comfy at all. So what that literally means, we are sick or we are ill. Okay, so that's the way how we remember the vocabulary, by having these basic stuff. Sorry about the rather basic explanation. Disease was out. じゃあ、皆さん5番。どっち Something is to eat no or very little food for a period of time. Not eating? Oh, I can't live with that. I remember when I study in the University of Edinburgh, and I have a flatmate. She's a Greek, and she believes in the Orthodox. Okay, so every year they had a period of time not allowing themselves to eat when the sun comes out. So only until sunset they were to be allowed to have very little amount of sugary water. And she said it was a good way because it can clarify and it can purify her soul as well as her body. I don't understand at the time when I was chewing my vegetables and the drumstick while she was drinking sugary water only for dinner. Fasting. That's right. Ding dong. Bravo. So question number 5, fasting. They do not eat. Okay. But when they start eating, they are going to have the first meal after their fasting is called break. Class. Fast. So they have breakfast. That's how we started the word as a portmanteau. A portmanteau referring to a word that combine 2 different words together and creates a new word. So break their fasting. It's called breakfast. 斋戒月到期的隔一天早上，就是 break 打破斋戒规则的那一餐，就叫早餐，对。所以后来他们就把这个字组合起来，变成我们现在说每天要早上一起来就有 breakfast， 就是吃早餐这件事情。但我那个希腊同学他在坚守东正教的教条的时候，他真的就是只有喝糖水。然后我们在旁边，比方说我们台湾同学自己带大同电锅去卤肉跟卤鸡腿，然后他在旁边就有喝糖水的时候，就会觉得，哎呀，我我有点不好意思吃，就觉得他吃的好少，然后我吃的好有罪恶感这样。但他每次那个斋戒月的时候，就是都避免进出厨房，因为怕可能我们各国的楼友，我们爱丁堡大学的那个硕士生的那个 Richmond Place， 我们住的那一栋叫做 Richmond Place， 然后我们每10个人到12个人 共享一个厨房、2个冰箱，所以经常发生偷吃别人食物或买来的好料还没吃就不见的状况。So that's pretty much like the idea. Now, if we're moving on to number 6, 6番皆さん。If something is blah, 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 blah on something else, it refers to information to support a belief or an opinion. Now, we've got all the child prodigy right down here. 快，我们班那么多神童。Ethan say based. Okay, so Ethan, you've been waiting so patiently just for me to stop talking and then so you can answer question 6, right? I got that. Sorry, I should have stopped talking earlier. And then so you could get your answer faster. 好啦，我今天太多话，我不要太多话，我要少话一点，我要当省话一姐。Everybody, now, what's the answer for number 7? If you could describe something as blah, 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 it means neither too great or too small in amount, size, strength, or degree. Moderate. Ding dong, bravo. Thank you for the great answer from Lily. And from Ethan as well. I think Ethan was the first time speaker here. Now, after that, question number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, in this classroom, pay attention to question number 8. We're now looking at R. How we describe the amount of food given to someone in one sitting. 一个座位端来一盘，10个座位端来10盘，请问那盘子上放的是一人一 portion. Ethan again. Bravo. Great. So we say portions, right? Because it was saying as for the plural form. So portions are how we describe. Yeah, he wrote portions and then I typed portion. It was literally my fault. By the way, I'm not drinking any sugary drinks, so I'm not getting sugar high. Number 9, something refer to doing an activity, particularly an exercise, over and over again. Which means it's like a repetition. Sorry, I just said the answer. My bad. I apologize for getting these mistakes. Ethan again. So, repetitions. So, Ethan, why were you not answering those previous questions? Like, for example, do you have a 6-pack or something like that? Until now, you only answer the questions here. I know you are a big fan of quizzes. Number 10, something refer to the exact moment when things happen. When the time has come. And we just knew it. So, number 10, anyone? You know about the very moment that Winnie gets the answer. Timing, ding dong. For example, something important, something big like a propose is going to happen. Then we say you have to look for the timing, if this is the right timing to do something. Number 11, to describe an action as blah, 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 that is connected with recognizing and understanding things. Oh, this is very technical term. This is a technical as well as scientific term that people often use to describe human awareness. cognitively. Bravo. Excellent. So we type the ideas right down here. Cognitively. Question number 12. Please move along while I have to type the words on here. Cognitively. 12 is a verb. So it says to blah, 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 something is to find or to have it again after you have lost it. I think I have to recover, but then obviously not from the list here. You lost something, but then you get it back. Someone found it. Someone returned it to you so that you recover is not on the list. So you have to find a synonym or a paraphrase for recover. We've got base taken, we've got cognitively taken, we've got portions taken, we have repetition used and timing as well. So we have regain. Fasting is also used. To regain something, not to regain weight. Number 13, you can measure liquids because it was regularly a variance to it. Liquids are usually very erratic. So I guess that was the measurement for units, liters. By the way, you could spell like liters for the American English. You could also spell liters for the British English. Either way you prefer, they're both fine. Question 14. Your something something is how your body turns food and drinks into energy. I think that was easy because we only have one answer left, right? So that was metabolism. All right, so I'll take a screenshot. Not sure if you need this, but I'll place that in our meeting chat in order if you would like to have any reference about those myths and those vocabulary, which are some of those basics, some of those are more advanced with the different level. Now it's about time. Finally, we're getting to the fun part. Now, let's have a look at that. Here are some common health beliefs and what science says now so you can start making better health decisions in this year. Lifting weights. Ugh. Give you big muscles. Is this right? Are this going to help us staying healthy? There isn't technically true. Da-da. There are two main ways to get strong. First, increasing the size of individual muscles or trying to get more of them working at the same time. Bodybuilders aim to do the first by doing many repetitions in each set of exercise. For example, if I want to try my biceps, lifting until their muscles fail. Of course, because by doing so that they can regain the protein to rebuild their muscles and getting bigger each day. Athletes, which means sports players, who generally have smaller shoulders than bodybuilders, aim to do the second, which means they are going to do more than working at the same time. Okay, so two main ways. The first is increasing the size, and then the second is try to get more of them working at the same time. So athletes try to get muscles working at the same time by lifting heavier weights for fewer repetitions. Okay, so that was about lifting weights. It does not always give you big muscles. Sometimes we can train our muscles in different ways so that we would result in different results or appearance. Right. How about number 2? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Do you think so? If you skip breakfast very often, type 1 in the meeting chat. If you never skip breakfast because you think this is very important, it's the beginning of a day. Type 2. Although there is nothing about the first meal of the day that makes it particularly special, a timing for a meal is now recognized as an important factor in weight loss. What? So if I eat, I might lose weight. If I don't eat breakfast, I never lose weight. Is that so? One study found that those who ate a large breakfast saw greater weight loss than other groups who had a smaller breakfast and larger dinner. Well, I certainly is going to agree with that, because if we have larger dinners, it means the food that we eat won't be able to go through our stomach and digest system thoroughly. So it's going to retain in our stomach, and it results in getting fatter and fatter because we still have our food in our stomach when we sleep. Is that so? We'll see how it goes. Now, first of all, let's get to the very fervent discussions here. 快，我们来看一下热烈的讨论。One, skip breakfast. One, skip breakfast. Lily, Reese, Winnie, skip breakfast. Billy, skip breakfast. Yeah, skip breakfast. Olivia, 2, never skip. What? You never skip a day for breakfast? Olivia, how did you do that? How did you literally keep yourself on the right track? Sorry for those people who type 1. You guys are not on the wrong track. You guys are acting normal, okay? It's very natural for many people to skip breakfast because they might have brunch. Okay, so, but then Olivia's answer is that she never skip a day of breakfast. So why? Why not skip maybe 1 or 2 days if you sleep? For example, if you sleep late and you wake up like about the midday, get up early and have enough time to eat breakfast. And so so Ethan is typing 1 as well. You are getting enough 8-hour sleep. And then you get up early and you have the time to eat breakfast. So breakfast seems to be rather important in your family. Is it like a time where you prepare the food for everybody to sit down and enjoy the quality time while eating breakfast? Is that so? Or is it like you enjoy your soul companion? You are with yourself and you had a nice, decent cup of coffee from Sumatra. And then you had the croissant delivered directly from Paris. And so that you are with great enjoyment at home. So anyway, what kind of breakfast would you consider as healthy breakfast? Think about what we've been through all these years back in our old-time memories. We're going to watch a video about what kind of breakfast would you consider to be healthy breakfast. We've seen many people skip breakfast, so it isn't really that important if we just, let it go for once and then we can get a decent lunch in between, or probably we're going to go and get some brunch, breakfast, lunchtime, that sort of thing. So before we move on to question 3, let's just stick to have a look at the breakfast after 20-something years. Now, allow me to just turn to another part where we're going to watch about the breakfast we have in the future. What will we eat for breakfast in 2039? How many years apart from now? 2039. 请问2039年人类的早餐桌上到底会吃些什么？真的不吃了吗？我们来看一下，我们对于未来的餐桌有着无限的想象。
Scrambled egg whites, a vegetable smoothie, or whole grain cereal with low-fat milk. That's how pop megastar Beyonce described a bootylicious breakfast a few years ago. However, eating cereal has declined by over 11% over the past 5 years, with 40% of millennials dismissing it as inconvenient because it involves washing up. Meanwhile, the kind of farming that produces bacon and sausages is criticised for contributing to climate change through the carbon emissions it produces. So by the year 2039, meat, cereal, and even dairy may be much harder to find on the breakfast menu. Instead, you might be tucking into a plate of insects. According to researchers in the Netherlands, insects cost less to raise than cattle, consume less water, and don't really leave a carbon footprint. Plus, in many cultures around the world, in fact 30% of the planet's population, they're already considered pretty tasty. Robin Shapiro, founder of Seek Food, says crickets are earthy and nutty, which makes them good to pair with nuts and granola. So, while a rasher of bacon may become an illicit luxury only available in a fancy restaurant, crunchy nut cricket flakes could mean starting the day with a bowl of creepy crawlies from your garden biosphere. Probably not if you're vegan or vegetarian, like 1 in 8 Britons now are. Or how about lab meat grown from animal stem cells, with no need for real life pigs or chickens to become dead ones? A guilt-free slice of black pudding where there's blood on the plate, but not on your hands. Maybe the thought of this has you desperately reaching for that 1 cup of coffee you're allowed per year, thanks to climate change rationing. Researchers and chefs, including Heston Blumenthal, have discovered that what you hear can affect what you taste. So in 2039, your coffee might seem like it's full of sugar, even though there isn't anything sweet in it apart from the sound of music. With immersive dining experiences on the rise, from medieval banquets to murder mystery stories, or even a gastrophysics journey through space, could breakfast of the future be less about traditional tastes and more about living out your culinary dreams in a flavour filled fantasy land? By 2039, it looks like most of us, 70% in fact, will live in cities. To cut transport costs, maybe we'll want to grow the onions to go with our stem cell sausages more locally. However, if the current housing crisis continues and luxury flats fill in every remaining space, where would we plant our greens? Perhaps the answer is underground. In cities around the world, this is already happening. Urban farmers swap sunlight for LED light and use a system called hydroponics, where plants are grown in water. So there's no need for soil, despite being surrounded by it. Perfect for farming seaweed, widely considered a sustainable superfood of the future. With cities increasingly full of people and traffic by 2039, we may need new ways to transport the ingredients that end up in our breakfasts. Could this be where drones fly in? Following the rise of takeaway delivery services, a company in China has been trialling drones as a way of getting food to customers. If this takes off, maybe delivery drivers will be a thing of the past. However, would you be happy to have a drone rather than a person popping by with your music-infused coffee or seaweed sandwich spread? With increasing numbers of us working flexibly, perhaps the need for a quick breakfast before dashing off to work will no longer be necessary. Maybe instead, we'll start to actually treat breakfast as the most important meal of the day, rather than just talking about it. But whatever's on your wheat bran plate, you probably won't have to wash it up afterwards because you'll be able to eat it. Great news if you're a 57-year-old millennial.
Well done. So think about the future, guys. What are we going to eat on our breakfast plate? Or we could literally eat our breakfast plate. So it wasn't really that difficult to envisage about our future. In 2039, we're only allowed to have 1 cup of coffee a year. Can you imagine that? This is literally happening around the world because we do see that the war did a catastrophe for the entire global business, including the farmers. They are retrieving because they think that there might be less hope of getting enough fertilizer since the war began. So they decided to grow less and less for those harvests. So it would be all natural, not just because of the climate change, but also because of the farmers' idea change about using or having enough fertilizer. We are going to get less and less of a chance tasting coffee in the future. 1 cup a year. Can you imagine it? I'm just going to drink more now. 2039年，一人一年只能喝1杯咖啡。天哪，我的世界 crumbles 了。我应该每天1杯或2杯诶。如果它只能限制1年1杯，我现在要赶快喝多一点。So, ladies and gentlemen, are you going to try it out the new breakfast from those creepy crawlies? We certainly is not going to give it a try if it was like for the current situation, while we still have so many options open at hand. But it was talking about the year of 2039, when our resources as well our food supply has been very limited. We might as well consider about the lab-grown meat or the creepy crawly with our granola cereal because they taste nutty. No insect, terrible. Yeah, I was thinking when I started to pop up that idea in my brain, I was like, what? Am I going to have cricket with my cereal in the breakfast time? It was not that comfy to hear. It was like, no, I can never imagine that. Eating creepy crawlies. But then I still remember there was one tribe in somewhere near Thailand or Indonesia. There was a news report saying that the tribe, the tribal people, they 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 are really eating the worm as breakfast. And those worms were not just the creepy crawly insects. It looks very much like the silkworm, but with bigger in size, and it lives in the tree. And so those tribal people, they will have forager to, yeah, that's right. Winnie is getting the answer. And I couldn't, I have to admit, I couldn't look into the screen while they munch on it. It was like, oh, gross. But they say it's very tasty. And by the way, it's high with protein. So we can never say no. Perhaps in one day in the future, we might be biting onto it. 对，他说他们的就是说法是说这种虫啊，因为它是高蛋白，而且呢，没有太浓重的味道，所以呢，对当地的这个部落民众来说呢，是一个高蛋白的来源，而且这个虫因为跑得不快，所以取得容易。So it's rather accessible, easier to access with all of those, they could be found in the woods. And then so, okay. But yeah, thank you, not me. Now, if we're moving on to question 3, you should walk, like we have a fervent discussion about how many steps do we need to walk a day. Walk 10,000 steps a day. 10,000 wasn't based on any science when it was first used in the 1960s. 据说1960年代开始使用1天1万步这个概念，原本是没有科学根据的。什么？ But it might be good advice. A study released in 2022 found that walking may reduce the risk of any early death from heart disease and cancer. Also, even though we are not getting any scientific backup for this one, we still see there might be a great chance we live longer. Now, again, we're going to skip through some interesting video about do we literally have to walk 10,000 a day? And that one is to pair it up with, why is this in full screen? No, I need to share just one thing. Now, do you really need to take 10,000 steps a day? Well, I really enjoyed this lesson because it debunks so many beliefs and myths. Why are we not seeing anything? Okay, I need to make sure that the video was shared again. Are you seeing anything? Am I going through? I mean, the video. Because it was in different color. Black screen. No. Okay, good. Thanks, Reese. Thanks, Winnie. So how do I convert that? Share. And then we go for, oh, okay, a video. I hope this is getting through. Ding dong. Okay, we'll start straight away. If it is necessary for us to walk 10,000 steps.
While most people avoid spending the night in jail, Jean Beliveau jumped at the opportunity.
Sorry, we'll just start from there.
While most people avoid spending the night in jail, Jean Beliveau jumped at the opportunity. For the past 3 years, Beliveau had been walking from country to country with the goal of circumnavigating the globe on foot. This required sleeping in tents, strangers' homes, and the occasional jail cell along the way. But this morning, as Beliveau was ready to leave, the police chief who had agreed to his sleeping arrangement was nowhere to be found, and the guards weren't buying his story. Few people have the time or desire to walk such extreme lengths. However, research shows that adding even a modest amount of walking to your daily routine can dramatically improve your health. So, what exactly happens to your body when you increase your daily step count? A single afternoon stroll can improve your mood and ease symptoms of anxiety and depression. Walking, especially at a brisk pace, is thought to trigger the release of pain-relieving endorphins and curb the release of the stress hormone cortisol. Within weeks of adding more steps to your routine, your body adapts. While it may seem simple, walking requires the coordination and effort of many muscles in your legs, torso, and back. To keep up with the increase in energy demand, the vessels around these muscles are remodeled to deliver more oxygen. At the same time, your heart becomes more efficient at pumping blood. In a few months, these changes can lower your blood pressure and reduce your risk of heart attack and stroke. Carrying the weight of your body as you walk places stress on the bones. But this stress actually makes the bones stronger, as it stimulates the absorption of calcium and minerals. That's why years of consistent walking can help retain bone density, which usually declines with age. Building a lifelong walking habit comes with many other benefits, from aiding in weight management to reducing your risk for type 2 diabetes, numerous cancers, and dementia. Simply put, walking is exercise. And unlike other forms, it doesn't require equipment and is often more accessible to people of varying ages and fitness levels. While activity trackers usually bill 10,000 steps as the ideal benchmark, studies show that any increase in steps per day can yield health benefits. And these steps don't need to be taken continuously. For those who live in walkable neighborhoods, steps are easily accumulated throughout the day, walking to work, to pick up groceries, or to meet with friends. And living where shops and amenities are easy to get to on foot comes with its own set of perks. Residents in these communities are often less reliant on vehicles, which translates to improved air quality and reduced local greenhouse gas emissions. And it can even change the way you see the world. One study of seniors in Hong Kong found that those living in more walkable neighborhoods reported feeling less loneliness and more life satisfaction than those living in less walkable neighborhoods. So, why doesn't everyone just walk more? One big reason is that many people don't have access to safe, well-maintained places to stroll. Despite the known benefits of walking, many cities and towns have been designed with only driving in mind. State and local governments across the globe often prioritize funding for highways and roads over sidewalks and public parks. And even when walkable spaces exist, the routes to get to them aren't always pedestrian friendly. In the US, residential and commercial areas are typically zoned separately and often only connected by busy roadways. But there are ways to make places more foot-friendly. In 2013, Vancouver city officials opened the Comox-Helmken Greenway, taking a 2-kilometer road and converting it into a walkable and bikeable space. Studies found that after opening, people living close to the Greenway got more exercise, reduced their daily car trips by 23%, and cut their personal greenhouse gas emissions by 21%. And even small measures can help. In places like Bethel, Vermont, for example, community members have improved the walkability of their downtowns by adding simple features like painted crosswalks and curb extensions. As for Beliveau, the guards eventually let him out. He'd walk over 75,000 kilometers in total to complete his journey. But it's clear you don't have to take quite this many steps to see an impact. While we work on making our communities more walkable, we can also...
Okay, so let's just get back to where we were. Not so long ago, we were still looking into the ideas. So we literally don't need to walk up to 10,000 steps a day, but the more the better. It somehow improves our health in many different ways. At least it makes up our bone density. It strengthens our bones, and it rebuilds our muscles. And somehow, if we could walk a little more every single day, it helps. So eventually we arrive to the final decision. Yeah, we need to walk more steps a day. The more, the better. Now, if we're getting back to question 4, you need 8 hours of sleep. That's where we're having a discussion about how many hours of sleep do you get. And people often complain about, well, I'm not having enough. 8 hours of sleep is regular for me. All right, so we have many differentiated answers. Some people need 8 hours of sleep, while others can get by on 7. I remember there was one lady I recall from my childhood memory. She was a movie star, and then she said she only sleeps for 3 hours a day. But in one of the largest ever sleep studies, started back in the year of 2017, not so long ago, people who report sleeping 7 to 8 hours perform better cognitively than those who slept more or less than that. So perhaps we do need to think about everyone is different. So there's supposed to be a chance for differentiation. People might need to sleep more, while some others might need to sleep less, and some might not just have a stable sleeping schedule. So we are going to finish number 4 and 5, and then we're moving on to the video. Number 5, you should try to eat 5 portions of fruit and veggies a day. In general, those who eat more fruit and vegetables may experience decreased level of stress. So the more the better, but I have to advise for not getting sugary fruits, because that it might lead to a second type diabetes. At least we have to think about the sugary content in it. Now, before we move on to 6 and 7, let's just get back to 4. 8 hours of sleep. Do we really need that 8 hours? Or can we just get something different? Can we just get 3 hours and feel energetic again? Right. So let's just get to these parts. I'm sure you all know her too well. Again, the desktop sharing is having some problems today. Now, this one is the right one. Shall we start? Do you really need 8 hours of sleep every night? By Dr. Jen Gunter.
Sleep is so important. We need it to live. And when we can't sleep, we're desperate for help. But lately, our fascination with sleep feels as if it's taken on an urgency. Do a quick internet search for sleep, and you'll find a slew of articles about how to make your sleep perfect. New gadgets, fancy alarm clocks, stay away from blue light. There are lots of services, products, and advice columns that tell us we're sleeping wrong, not enough,
not quality sleep, wrong position. Even worse, you might find scary messaging claiming that if you're not sleeping right, your life is going to be shorter. You're going to get all kinds of diseases. One of the biggest worries we have about our sleep is that we're not getting enough, and that anything less than 7 hours a night means that we're doomed to bad health. Everything from high blood pressure to Alzheimer's disease. But there are two flaws with this kind of messaging. The first flaw is that it's not completely accurate. 7 to 8 hours of sleep, while recommended for adults, is just an average. And while messages have to be simplified for health communication to the public, sometimes important nuances get lost. So yes, it's true that not getting enough sleep in the long term is associated with health problems like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and depression. But fixating solely on 7 to 8 hours ignores the fact that there's a range of sleep that people need. The duration of a good night's sleep can be different for different people. Some adults need 8, but some are just fine on 6. The second flaw with this kind of doomsday messaging is that it can be counterproductive, especially for people who do have trouble sleeping. For instance, in 2019, it was estimated that 21% of adults in the US were wearing sleep tracking devices, and that number's probably growing. And I get it. It's fascinating to see how much sleep you've gotten each night and to know what part of your night was spent in deep sleep or dreaming. But having all of that sleep data is causing some people to become obsessed with it. So much so that it's leading to a condition some call orthosomnia, a preoccupation with the constant need to achieve perfect sleep. And this condition, ironically, is causing more sleep problems. Now, orthosomnia might be an extreme example, but the anxiety of not getting enough sleep is keeping some of us up at night. So here's what some experts are saying. Stop fixating on the number, because that can lead to unrealistic expectations of sleep. According to Dr. Colleen Carney, a psychologist and the head of the Ryerson University Sleep Lab, the basic questions you should ask yourself are, do I feel reasonably well rested during the day? Do I generally sleep through the night without disturbances? Or if I wake, do I fall back asleep easily? Can I stay awake through the day without involuntarily falling asleep? If your answers are yes to all three, you probably don't need to worry about your sleep. And if you're struggling with your sleep, instead of buying expensive blue light filters or fancy sleep trackers, try talking with your doctor to make sure there aren't any medical conditions that need to be explored first. Then, try evidence-based recommendations laid out by the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. What's really cool is that there's a highly effective therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, or CBTI. It doesn't have any medications involved, and it has a really low failure rate.
Thank God. Why are we getting this? Why are we getting this ad? Stop right here. I thought he's going to unravel his rope. And that is not certainly something we want to see in this classroom. Now, shall we continue? If we're moving on to number 6, on the top, you need to drink 2 liters of water a day. So that's what we assume from the preoccupied ideas about this. We say, well, it's what, 2,000 millimeters or 2 liters of water. Staying hydrated is important, but the recommendation to drink 2 liters of water a day, while good advice, is not based on hard science. So, which means there isn't a meticulous science about its accountability and its credibility. You could or you can also stay hydrated by drinking other drinks such as coffee, tea, milk, or soft drinks. But I have to admit, when we were mentioning about drinking coffee instead of water, it does makes you feel that you need to have pee more often than the usual. So it was diuretic. So perhaps when we think about drinking instead of we have so many options at hand, we could choose water before coffee or tea, because they do serve different purposes, especially during the late evening. They're supposed to be a restriction about decent consumptions of coffee or tea, right? Which, because those things might have the certain proportions of caffeine that might keep people from sleeping. So people needs to be aware of what they need to do or how they are going to organize their life. Now, before we moving on to drinking water video, shall we proceed with number 7 and 8? Daily glass of wine is better than not drinking. We could have people who are social drinker, who are heavy drinker, who are literally drunk and pie-eye all day long, right? So this belief is based on the idea that people who classify themselves as moderate drinkers seems to have a lower risk of some diseases. 有些人说喝点小酒有助于睡眠，或者是能够帮助心血管，就是据说喝红酒在有一些特定的族群觉得是蛮好的。However, recent research suggests that regular, moderate drinking can still be bad for us. One study found that even 1 or 2 drinks a day might reduce the size of our brain. So are we going to turn into a bird brain once we drink too much of those liquid? Well, I have to certainly tell my brother about this, because he's literally the fancy drinker. He used to call himself a social drinker, but I think now he had progressed into even more upper level of moderate drinkers. I remember he even has a license about how to differentiate, how to taste wine. I think he has a license with it, but I'm not sure when he passed the exam or what kind of test was it. And he just literally told us that he had a license for tasting different kinds of wine, especially for red wine. We went to Kyoto last March, and my brother, because we went to the brewery that I was thinking about the name of the brewery, Yamazaki. We went to the traditional 100-year-old brewery for Japanese whiskey, and it's called Yamazaki. We need to register a seat so we can sit down in the room with another 12 people in total, so with another 11. And then you could taste different types of Japanese whiskey for up to nearly 100 years old. And I wasn't a big fan of whiskey or those stuff, so I didn't go. But then my brother, he went to the brewery reservation, and then he got drunk. When he returned to the Kyoto train station, he threw up in front of the train station, right next to the taxi stand, where he was about to take a taxi back to our hotel. And it was so embarrassing because those people who were seeing him say, oh, it seems to be rather normal for those Japanese to see people drunk, but threw up in public as a foreigner or as an international traveler. The staff, after a short while, they found a wheelchair, and so they had him sit down on the wheelchair and ask him, which hotel do you stay, where do you want to go, and try to find a taxi driver that would, brave enough, that would be brave enough to take this man back to his hotel, who he just threw up right in front of the station. And then he returned to our hotel. It was so embarrassing. We opened the door, but he couldn't get in. He got so drunk that he that he literally smiled all the way, but he had trouble walking. And it was like, my mom was like, David, exactly what were you doing at now, like this? And you were like all over. He had the throw ups, the vomit all over. And he said, well, I need to take a shower. Japanese sake tastes great. Yeah, sake. I didn't really taste many different kinds of sake there, but I tried once for the Korean jindu. But I have to say the jindu was burning. It was burning hot. Very refined. Maybe I should tell my brother the next time if he could get, more of a diverse choice for having Japanese sake. Anyway, he was a crazy fan of Yamazaki, and he literally bought 13 different bottles of Yamazaki, and he went back to the US safe and sound. We were worrying him about, you might be, this is pretty dangerous. And if you got caught the next time, or you got caught this time, you're going to pay so much money for that. Japanese sake is too expensive. Yeah, why? Why is it? Perhaps because of the tax, but I have to say, if you would really enjoy maybe sake or the Japanese whiskey or the umeshu over there, the price is, I have to say, it's very inviting. Not sure about the price get back here. 我有喝过那个梅酒，就是一个玻璃杯里面有一个梅子。可是我回到台湾的时候，类似没有一样，但是类似的那个美酒的价钱，对，真的我不知道为什么。没关系，我们还是忍耐一下，下次去日本的时候就多喝一点。对，我们还在担心说，我哥总共带了那10几瓶哦，就是回美国进海关的时候，会不会他出去的时候有被问，他从日本出去的时候有被问，然后那个 ground staff 很友善的跟他讲，请下次不要这么做，这个有可能会有一些麻烦。可是他到了美国的时候，可能他长得不够可疑，长相，那就很快就过去了。然后他很高兴要回到家，拍他的行李箱里面一个酒鬼的行李箱。And we were like, "Are you saving for the war time?" And then he was like, "No, we could try to find a way to resell it somewhere." And I was like, "Oh man." So daily glass of wine could make our brain size reduce each day. So I will let my brother know about this. Number 8, certain exercise will give you a six-pack. 什么运动能够加速我们拥有6块肌？不用我1块就很好。It makes a sort of sense that you will want to have a six-pack. You would do exercise like crunches and sit-ups, says Emma Story-Gordon, a personal trainer and sports scientist. But the truth is that whether you have a six-pack or not has far more to do with your body fat level. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we should test on our BMI and see if people who are with less level of BMI probably will have the six-pack. I have to say, out of natural, right? Maybe not. I'm not the professional, but then we're still thinking about it. Then the number of sit-ups you do. 体脂率可能低一点的人，会比起做那个腹部的那个 sit-up， 中文叫什么？仰卧起坐吗？ 还要有效。好，所以降低体脂是不是比较快？有6块肌的方法。Number 9, dieting will slow your metabolism. 过度的节食将会减缓人类的新陈代谢。Many people believe that eating a low-calorie diet or fasting will cause starvation mode. 将会启动进入饥荒模式。Where the body slows metabolism as a way to keep you from losing any more weight. However, there may be small changes to your metabolism when you lose weight or go on a diet. This might explain why some people have a hard time keeping weight off or even regain weight after dieting. So we need to be very careful when we are going onto a low-calorie or extremely low-calorie diet. Whereas we're moving on to number 10, red meat. Ta-da! Red meat was often advised against because it contains a lot of fat. Ding dong! From our previous discussion, 我要来那个称赞他一下。刚刚我乱问大家说，来跟我说说为什么红肉不可以吃，然后大家的那个脑袋瓜立刻出现了答案，对不对？可是呢，有回应我的同学就有一个，我现在在找他的名字，我忘记是，等一下是 Lily， 对不对？对 ，Lily 答对了 ，Very good， excellent。迅速的告诉我是脂肪的问题，所以这脂肪到底怎么样 ？It's not as simple as that. Several studies have shown a connection between eating a lot of red meat and an increase in risk of certain disease and illness. But it is now believed that this might be confusing because many studies don't show the difference between processed, such as bacon, sausage, burgers, and deli meats, and unprocessed red meat. 这个如果有再制过的红肉食品，可能又是另外一个考量的点哦，会不会它的确会造成更高的风险？那如果没有再制过的，原本就是红肉的，比如说牛排，那它的这个坏处到底孰轻孰重哦？这个要讨论比较多的细节。Now the further part was referring to intermediate comprehension check and some key languages. Now we have one more video to watch. So let's say if you want to watch the video, then we might not have the time to discuss part 3, type 1. If you don't want to watch the video, but you want to practice part 3, type 2. Huh? We got both. No. I couldn't decide at this particular point. Okay, we got 2. You don't want to watch the video, but you want to discuss the comprehension. Okay, so we'll take that as 2 against 1. Now, shall we move on to number 1? 好，2比1. What are 2 main ways to get the strong? 2 main ways. First is that we do because we need to increase the size of our muscle, right? So the first is do more repetition in each set of exercise. And also like the athletes, right? We could try to get more of our muscles working at the same time. So these are the 2 ways. First is to do more repetition. Like those bodybuilders. And the second is to try to get more muscles. Try getting more muscles working at the same time. Okay, now what about number 2? What can we expect from there? What is going to be the possible answers for number 2? Reese, did you get the information? Yeah, okay, good. Large, should have a large or small breakfast to help with weight loss. Yeah, the answer is large breakfast. I think that can sustain longer in our stomach so that we will feel less hungry. And for the entire due time of our day, we could, on average, decrease the portion or the size of the food that we eat. Question 3, how does walking help to improve our health? So I think it was like, if we walk more of those steps, we can prevent from early death, right? Prevent early death, for example, premature death, or from heart disease, cardiovascular heart disease, or cancer, right? Heart disease. Heart disease and cancer. But then we have to think about cancer. If it was just a tumor, we will be able to define if it is benign or malignant at the time. Question 4, right. I shall finish until question 10. If you are in any hurry, do not let me detain your time. Feel free to go first. I shall discuss the further detail until question 10. And fill in the section 2, 5, and 7 with all of those different words. And then we'll finish this page and we'll call it a day. Perhaps around 8 o'clock. How many hours a day? So we need to sleep to have good cognitive function. I think it was to say about maybe like not so rigid as always 8 hours, but they literally say about 7 or 8 hours, right? Yeah, around 7, like Lily and Ethan was saying. So I think that's more reasonable. If we were not to say, well, they have to keep it like 8 hours is a must. So based on the reading, they also mention about or around 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep. Now, question number 5. What does eating fruit and veggie help us with? Eating veggie. It decreased based on the reading. They say decrease the level of stress, right? So lower our level of stress. So I should now immediately finish this lesson and go and eat a lot of veggies. What, number 6, else can you drink to help you stay hydrated? Apart from water, we did mention about milk might be a healthier alternative. And soft drink, it's not really good, but that was just what this article was saying. Soft drinks, not hard drinks. Coffee, my favorite. And some tea, maybe. Now, if we were thinking about number 7, is moderate drinking good for us? Here, we are literally talking about drinking wine, alcohol, liquor, okay? It's not just drinking water. Question number 7 is all about drinking wine, beer, liquor, moderate drinking. In some way, they talk about you will need to think about the drinking behavior might have a lower risk for some disease, where people might say it. Some say it can lower our chance of certain disease. While others claiming for reducing the size of our brain. Others claim that it will reduce the size of our brain. Number 8, what exercise do people think, oh, now it's 8 o'clock, help you get a six-pack? Sit-ups, maybe. Sit-ups, as well as what they say, crutches. Crunches. Number 9, what do people think starvation mode means? Extremely low metabolism rate. Boss is calling. 老板在叫人的. Extremely low metabolism, right? Okay, good. Finish that. Number 10. Give me 10 seconds, I'll finish that. So they were processed. Some example of processed like bacon, sausage. Anyone answering it? Was it Ethan trying to get the last answer out of it? Yeah! Sausage, bacon, ham, hot dogs. Ethan, I knew you were waiting for this one. Evian. Okay, so sausage, burgers, and deli meats.不要打扰大家太多时间，现在已经有超时的状况，我们要被这个台北小巨蛋罚款了，我们超时了6分钟。Right, so thanks for coming today. I shall be seeing you on next Thursday, and we're moving on to the further parts of reading, get back to the book. Okay, so withdraw from the desktop sharing mode. You're welcome. Nice to have you all here. 好哦，今天有很高兴跟大家聊天。好 ，withdraw from desktop sharing. Ciao, bye bye, take care.
好，那我问一下 ，OK, because Serena, you're the only person who raised your hand and that you said that 你有上过写作课。Okay, so then I'm just going to ask, what do you remember from what your other teachers have taught?
就是讲一些架构。
OK. 架构要怎么做呢？根据你所记得的。
会先 introduce， 然后2个 example， 再一个 in conclusion， 这样。
Okay. All right. I think that's not bad. Okay. Although I'm not quite sure why you would need 2 examples, but sure, that can work. That is one way to write. Okay. So structure is important. So let's talk about like why writing is hard. Okay. So we're going to talk about why writing is challenging. Okay, so the big one, okay, the one of the reasons why writing is difficult is because we don't know what to say. All right. So it's like, I think what I've seen before is some students when you get asked a question, they'll say, I don't know what the answer is because the teacher never taught us in class. Okay. That's very inspiring. But okay, even if you do have ideas, okay, the second problem is that sometimes we don't know how to express ourselves. Okay, and even if you do think like you know how to express yourself, your unfamiliarity with grammar feels like a constant impediment. Okay, raise your hand if you feel that your vocabulary isn't very good. Okay, this is a trick question because I think everyone should be raising their hand. If you're not raising your hand, it means you're not paying attention. So now I know roughly half of the class is following along. Okay. Gotcha. So then your grammar, okay, that's obviously going to be an issue. Okay, vocabulary is also an issue. Okay, and lastly, time management. But time management is actually going to be like the least of your worries. Okay, because I'm going to say this. Okay, raise your hand if you have learned writing as part of your high school or university education. 就是你们高中或大学有教写作的，举手一下。Sandra, Angela, okay. So literally just 10% of the class. Okay. So that is not your fault, okay? Okay, so 2% of the class. No, not I can't do math. Anyways. Okay, so we do have a few students who have learned writing as part of their class. Okay, but the majority have not. Okay, so this kind of tells us that this is a systemic problem. So what we want to do, okay, is we want to say like it's not entirely your fault, but now that you are here, it is your turn. It is time for you to actually learn how to write. Okay, and part of that involves getting your hands dirty. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, in international schools, in Western institutions, students begin to learn writing in junior high. We start writing our first essays in roughly 7th grade. Okay, and what that looks like is usually in the first semester, you write like one essay. Okay. But by the time you get to high school, by the time you graduate, you're basically finishing one essay either a week or in one day. Actually, no, I take that back. By the time you're in high school, we expect students to be able to write one essay in 1 hour. Okay. I think my personal record was I wrote 6 pages in 1 hour. That was for an exam. Okay, it wasn't a good essay, but it was 6 pages long. Okay. So obviously I'm not expecting you to do that. Okay, but it does kind of show you like this is the level that your classmates will be at when you want to study overseas. Raise your hand if you plan on studying overseas. I know I asked this question in reading class, but I'm asking this again. Okay, 想要出国读书的举手一下. So that's roughly, I'm going to say roughly 1/3 or 1/2 of the class. Okay, or okay, 2/3 of the class, not surprising. Okay, so I want you to understand that when you travel abroad, this is the level that your classmates will be at. Okay, they have writing experience. Some of them have writing experience for almost a decade. Okay, obviously, I don't expect you to be on their level, but I do think that none of you want to be in this situation where 你感觉你在吊车尾. Raise your hand if you don't want to like 吊车尾 when you study overseas. Right? So this is actually what this class is trying to help you with. Okay, so this is actually what the IELTS test is trying to test you on. So don't think that 7 is like your dream. Okay, 7, okay, a 6.5 or a 7 on the IELTS test is just the minimum standard. Okay, 我们会说这是最低的门槛。Okay, it means that if you get a 6.5 or a 7, that means you barely pass. You are just at the bare minimum level that they think you can survive in university. This is why I encourage everyone in this class to really push themselves. Okay, I want you to push yourself and to try and get the highest score that you can get, because this is actually going to reduce your workload when you actually do study abroad. Okay, so with that being said, okay, let's take a look at this week's prompt. Today is B3. Okay, so what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to, everyone, okay, you guys can join the Google document over here. Let me, where is my chat? Okay, so here is the link. And we're going to go to the archive. Just give me a second. We're going to find B3. All right. Oops. All right, let me take a look. Right now I have 11 students here. Okay, so this is what I'm supposed to teach today. Okay, and I do think and obviously, obviously we will be talking about this. But before I do, I just want to ask, does anyone have any questions you guys would like to ask at the beginning of class when it comes to writing? We have 24 students, okay? I refuse to believe that all of you, okay, I should say none of you have any questions when it comes to writing. Sandra, you have a question?
我想问一下，就
Mhm.
是我们自己在练习写作的时候，应该
Yes.
用自己写字的比较好，还是打的比较好？因为我发现打 Word 它会自己一直帮我改我错的字，然后我会忘记很多拼音的细节。
Ooh, this is a good question. I'm gonna say this, okay? Don't use Word. Use Notepad. OK， 就是用这个用小笔记本，不要用 Word， 因为没有错 ，Google Documents 跟 Microsoft Word 它会帮你修，so you don't want that because on the actual test, if I remember correctly, all future IELTS exams will be on the computer. Okay, so yeah, I think you will be expected to type your exams. You will be expected to type your responses, and I think in a way I think that's good, right? Because it's 2026. Computers are becoming increasingly important. I think that makes sense. All right, but 我觉得你刚刚讲很重要，就是 yeah， 如果你的 writing program 会帮你修改的话， then you don't want that to happen. You want to just use Notepad. Good question. Keep them coming. Are there any other questions? Okay, keep asking questions, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I don't believe that none of you have like any problems. 我先针对一下那个 Kevin， 先跟 Kevin 讲一下 I have received your essay, but I haven't had a chance to correct your essay yet. Okay, so I will get around to that as quick as I can. But I think I have said before, it takes roughly 2 weeks for me to find time. Okay, so I received your essay like a few days ago. Yeah, all right. Unless you want me to go over it in class. But that's up to you. All right, so if there are no more questions, okay, right now I see there are 14 students. In total, there are 24 students, so roughly 15% of the students are participating. Okay, so my question is, why is there only half of you? All right, there should be more. Okay, but while I'm waiting for students to participate, we're just going to get started. Okay, so today is going to be those rare days that we actually talk about writing task 1. Now, the reason why is because I believe that task 1 is overly simplistic, and once you learn how to write task 2, task 1 becomes extremely easy. Okay, but since the curriculum says we're going to talk about task 1, we will talk about task 1. All right, so here is an example, okay, for writing task 1, okay, and it's basically you have to describe a graph, okay? This is just one example of the graph. I'm going to say you shouldn't be you shouldn't be using a formula, okay? Because the type of questions that they throw at you is going to change, okay? You don't want to prepare for specific types of questions. You want to think about like what is the general logic of writing. Okay, and so the general logic of writing, okay, I'm just going to pull up the slide here over here again, okay. We're going to focus on something called the writing process. Where is the writing process? Okay. Your writing process, this is going to be something we're going to be revisiting time and time again, all right? The first step is to make sure you read the question properly. Okay, this sounds very simple, but you'd be surprised at how many students don't do this step. All right, you need to actually be sure what does the question want you to answer, and this is actually pretty relevant for task 1. All right, the second step, okay, is develop your stance. Basically, you have to kind of know like what is your mission is. The purpose of writing is to express your idea. And so if you're not quite sure what your idea actually is or what your goal actually is, then what are you doing? Okay. So this is the second step. Brainstorming is you come up with all of the things that you can talk about. Okay, and organization is you pick the order in which you present your information so that your response actually feels organized and has structure. Okay. Now you'll notice that steps 2 to 4 are basically in red, and the reason is because you don't have to do these 3 in any particular order. Okay, but the trick is that you want to complete steps 1 through 4 before you start doing sentence construction. Okay. Sentence construction is what a lot of students just jump immediately into, but you'll notice this is actually one of the last steps. Okay. Because raise your hand if this describes your experience with writing. You basically start writing and then you come up with a better idea. So then you erase your original sentence. And then you just kind of repeat that over and over again until time's up. You're stuck between like this is how I want my sentence to feel. But you also don't like how like the sentence looks, and you just kind of keep revising it over and over again. Raise your hand if this is your experience. Don't lie. So we have one honest student. I refuse to believe that Sandra is the only student who runs into this. So I have one honest student and I have 23 dishonest students. Very interesting. Okay. So this is actually today's class, okay, today is April 16th, so that means this is the 3rd week. So generally how this class runs is that we will explore these stages, okay, roughly once every month. Every month is going to be a cycle. The first class of the month, we will talk about reading the question and coming up with ideas. The second class, we will basically organize the ideas, okay, and how to develop your stance, how to create argumentation. The 3rd week, we're going to talk about how do you actually write your sentences. And the 4th week is we're going to look at grammar, okay? Grammar is actually the last step, all right? But today we're going to talk about sentence construction. So let's actually talk about what we have here, okay? So I'm not going to be doing the exercise. I'm not going to ask you to identify all the features of the graph because that's not the focus of today. But basically, the question is asking you, okay, they're basically saying these 2 graphs are the proportion of income spent on different areas by one university in 2005-2015. Okay, and so this is the part that you want to pay a little bit of attention to. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant, okay? So what are the things that they want us to do? Okay, select and report the main features and make comparisons where you think is important. So one thing that you do want to ignore is this, 150 words. A lot of students think like, oh, I have to write 150 words. I'm going to say this, 150 words is the minimum, okay? Your target should be around 250, if not more, okay? If you don't believe me, I'll show you. So So here's the graph. Okay, you guys should have this printed out. Okay, in case you don't, you can look at the screen, but I can't guarantee you'll be looking at what you want to look at. So here was my brainstorming. Okay, so I've identified these were the things that are worth noting. Okay, teaching and research. Okay, this is obviously the biggest piece of the pie. Okay, the biggest slice. Administration and management. Okay, that's this part over here. Okay, so interesting. It went from 6% to 16%. Okay. Accommodation. Okay. So I'm not going to just read. I'm not going to like read off of all of these because I think you're better than that, right? But I just kind of kept track of like what are the main ideas. Okay. And then I made some observations that okay, administration management went from 6% to 16%. Okay. So these are just some quick notes that I took, okay? And libraries went from 5% to 5%, okay? Maintaining campuses, remains unchanged at 10%. Financial support, okay, cool. All right. So here is something that we want to avoid doing, okay? Because this is something that this is the mistake a lot of students make. They say summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So if I say, okay, that administration management increased from 6% to 16%, this is really worrying. And the same thing goes for libraries dropping from 10% to 5%. This is worrying. This is bad. Is this a good idea? Should I put this in my writing? Raise your hand if you think that I should put this in my writing. Okay, how about this? All right, tell me yes or no. Okay, basically, include or don't include. I want everyone to respond. I'm going to revise this sentence just a little bit to make it a little bit more clear. All right, I've revised this sentence just a little bit, all right? But I want everyone, okay, to basically answer in the comments, do you think that I should include or don't include this sentence? No one. No one is answering. Okay, Angela says don't include. Okay, Sandra says don't include. Okay, so I'm going to pick on Brandon just a little bit, okay? Brandon, can you tell me why I shouldn't include this? And the answer shouldn't be because Sandra and Angela said you shouldn't include it.
Because I think it's not necessary.
Why is it not necessary?
Well, I think mine will be a better way to say it.
Okay. Okay, that's a good try. Okay. Who wants to explain why is this not a good idea? So the thing is that most people have said that I shouldn't include this. Okay, who wants to explain why? Because every time when I grade mock exams, every time like at least once I see this issue. Who wants to try and explain why? Be brave. Be brave. It's okay if you get it wrong, okay? Like there's no shame in getting it wrong, but I want you guys to try. Okay? Like why is this Why is this sentence not a good idea? Why should you never put this sentence in your writing for task 1? No one wants to guess. Well, okay, Brandon guessed, okay? But here's the thing, like as I said, like there's no shame in getting it wrong, okay? Like you're here to learn. So I'm going to pick on a random person. Okay. If I pick on Serena, I think Serena's going to feel really bad. So I'm going to pick on... Okay, Angela wants to volunteer. Okay, Angela.
我觉得
嗯哼，
就是讲上面有的，不要讲一些就是可能有疑虑的东西。
你说有疑虑的东西是什么意思？可以讲清楚一点吗？
就是说担心就是说 one worrying turn 这种
嗯哼，
不确
好，
不是
没
大概
关系，没关系。Okay, so you actually got it, the question. You actually got it right. Okay, the problem with this sentence is the word worrying. Okay, but the question is, why should I not do this? Angela, 就是 I'm guiding you. Okay. 你刚刚讲到那个 worrying 是没有错 that's the main problem. But can you think of like why is this not a good idea?
因为有可能别人并不觉得这是一个需要
嗯
的问题。
嗯 Very good observation. Okay, you're pretty much very close. Okay, but I'm just going to be more clear. Okay, but you basically got it. So what are the instructions? What is the goal of writing task 1? Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So in other words, all you're doing for task 1 is describing what you can see. Okay, so the fact that if we want to say that administration and management increases from 6% to 16%, where can we see that it is worrying? Where in the graph does it say that this is worrying? Nowhere. Okay, so this is the reason why this type of situation, okay, is dangerous. Okay, so I'm going to help Sandra here. Sandra says don't analyze. Okay, so very close. I'm going to say that 我们应该用的是 no evaluation, no personal opinion. Okay, because analysis, technically what we're doing is kind of like analysis, kind of. You're breaking things down. All right. But you don't want to evaluate. Okay. So that is just something that I feel like I need to talk about if we're talking about task 1. All right. So here again, okay, were the main ideas that I thought of. Okay. And once again, okay, our goal is to basically describe the graph. That's our thesis. Okay. And then if you want to talk about your body paragraphs, okay, so the core, okay, the core goal is to make sure that you organize your response into 2 body paragraphs, a way that can kind of cut the information to 2 pieces, okay? And there are different ways to do this. Now, in this situation, I've decided to go with the greatest changes. I'm going to move the greatest changes to body paragraph 1 and same or little changes in body paragraph 2. This is the key. This is how you make your response have some kind of structure. Because if we don't do this, what's going to happen is your reader is going to fall asleep. They're going to be asking, why am I listening, or why am I reading all of this data? Like, there's no logic to it. It's just, you're just rambling on and on and on. So you don't want the reader to have this kind of idea. The reader wants to know, why are you presenting this information? Okay, I'm going to say the word why is probably the most important word you can ever have whenever you are writing. Okay, so that translates in two ways. Okay, the first question is, why are you giving this information? Okay, and the other why is, why do you believe what you believe? Okay, so when it comes to these two questions, let's take a look at these. Okay, so my thesis is I want to describe the paragraph, describe the graph. Okay, so different changes is okay. Yeah, there are different changes in how the university allocates its money. Okay, fine. Okay, body paragraph 1, greatest changes. Okay, teaching, accommodation, administration, and then then I just throw out examples, right? So you can kind of see in your body paragraph construction, it's basically an IFEC, I find every clue construction without the conclusion. Your introduction, greatest change. Your focus, these are the topics, right? And then you start giving actual numbers. Now your reader has a very clear understanding. Okay, so let's just turn these into some simple sentences. Let's actually talk about the sentence construction process. Okay, so when it comes to sentence construction, okay, you're supposedly working off of your outline. You should have your outline ready, right? So your outline should have your main point. You should have some comparisons, okay? And the idea here is that you want to turn these into your SVOs, okay? And if you have any details, you want to use prepositional phrases, dependent clauses, essential clauses, or non-essential clauses. After you have these, you create conjunctions, transitions, and punctuation to make sure that the sentence works. Okay, and then finally, you replace your simple words with more advanced ones. Okay, that sounds like a mouthful. Okay, let's actually talk about this in a little bit more detail then. So first of all, let's talk about clause structures. Now, this is a page that we kind of talked about a lot in previous classes. Okay, so these are the different pieces of a sentence. Okay, now this is what we use in reading. Okay, but I always say that reading and writing are basically the same thing. So your independent clause is basically your subject, verb, object. Okay, your 主词动词受词 your 独立子句. Okay, every sentence is going to have at least one of these. Okay, I'm going to say no. Every sentence has one. Okay, there are different ways to play with this idea, but you always should have like your main idea. Okay, your SVO is the main character. It is the core of your sentence. Make sure you get this right. Okay, and then you have something called dependent clauses. It's basically your subject, verb, object. You're missing either your subject or your verb. Okay, so it's not a complete sentence. Okay, then you can add, or I should say, you can add a subordinating clause. Okay, we call these TSVOs because that's just what the structure is. It is a transition placed in front of a subject, verb, object construction. Okay, and then, okay, what is really fun, okay, are going to be essential clauses and non-essential clauses. So these two, okay, these in your English textbooks are called adjective clauses. Now raise your hand if you have heard of adjective clauses. 形容词子句有听过举手一下. Should be like everyone, but that's okay. But raise your hand if you've heard of adjective clauses. All right, so I'm going to say that's roughly half of the class. Okay, so that's great. Okay, at least we know something. But I'm going to say that when it comes to English construction, adjective clauses is a little bit too vague. Like, it's a good term to know, but it doesn't really help you. So what you want to do is you want to separate your idea of adjective clauses into essential versus non-essential clauses. Okay, so what do these two words mean? Okay, essential means 关键, right? So therefore non-essential means 不关键. Okay, and that is what we do here. So your essential clauses basically begin with the word that. All right. And what essentially you're doing is you're attaching an extra SVO into your sentence. And this one is super important. Okay. In fact, this SVO inside your essential clause is actually sometimes more important than your grammatical SVO. All right, so that doesn't seem to make any sense. But so let me explain a little bit. Usually when you have different clause structures, you separate them using commas. Okay, the essential clause is the clause that breaks this rule. It's saying that it's so important you cannot separate it from your main clause. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these sentences here. Okay, hear about this. Let me change this just slightly. Okay, let's just say that Janet believes that. So I just kind of changed this very briefly. Okay, because I think this is how we explain things. Okay, so if we look at this sentence here, Janet believes that John went into the store. What is the subject and verb of this sentence? It's going to be Janet believes, right? But the thing is, if you just look at these two sentences, if you look at these two words, Janet believes, that doesn't really tell you anything, right? I mean, Janet is the main character, but that's not the main focus of the sentence. The main focus is going to be John went into the store. Okay, so what you want to do, so this is how you can tell that the essential clause actually has some pretty important information here. So this is a strategy that you can use to expand your sentences. Then, okay, you have non-essential clauses. Now, non-essential clauses, I jokingly call this cancer, okay? Cancer for two reasons, okay? First of all, this can confuse a lot of new students. Okay, so think of the times when you read a sentence on the IELTS exam and you're like, you have no idea what this means. Chances are it probably has a few non-essential clauses built into the sentence. Okay, the second reason why I call it cancer is literally because it grows anywhere. Okay, so what is a non-essential clause? It is just an extra piece of information that describes whatever you placed behind. Excuse me, whatever you placed in that describes whatever you placed behind. So, for example, okay, John, who was going to the store, met Janet. Who was going to the store is your non-essential clause. It describes John, right? If you move it to the end of the sentence, then it becomes John met Janet, who was going to the store. Who was going to the store now describes Janet. Okay, now why is this important? Is because these type of patterns, if you don't recognize them, this can make your sentences very confusing. Okay, but a native English reader is going to pick up on these very quickly. So how do you create a non-essential clause? Well, you just bracket it by using either double commas, parentheses, or double dashes. Okay, so a good English writer is going to use all of the structures that I've mentioned here. Okay, so we also have a sixth structure I want to talk about, which is the noun clause. Raise your hand if you've heard of noun clauses before. 名词子句听过的举手一下。Okay. All right, good. All right, hands down. Now here's the fun part. Raise your hand if you hate noun clauses, you have no idea what it means or how to use it, and this is why you hate English. Or I should say it's one of the reasons why. There are many reasons why you hate English, but this is like this is something that you don't really you may understand the concept, but like you have no idea like how to use it in writing. Really? Everyone here knows how to use noun clauses in writing. Really? Really? I'm gonna say I don't believe you. All right. So that means all right. Let's ask Claire. Okay, because I haven't asked Claire in a while. Claire, are you there? That rhymes.
Yes.
Okay, Claire, 你刚有举手, right?
I didn't.
What?
I didn't.
You didn't.
Is there
Okay.
two Claire here? I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. My memory. It's beautiful. All right, so maybe not Claire. the people who raised your hands who said like you know what noun clauses are, raise your hand again. 再举手一次. And suddenly no one wants to raise their hands because they know they're going to get called on. That's hilarious. Come on, guys, be brave. Okay. All right. I'm just going to ask. All right, I'm going to ask Ellie then. All right.
Hello.
So, all right, hi Ellie. Ellie, so how do you normally do you know how to use noun clauses?
Yeah, I think so.
How do we use noun clauses?
You use it as a subject or object.
Okay. So I'm going to say that, okay, so it seems like some of you actually do know. Okay. I am pleasantly surprised. I'm going to say that generally, okay, just to make it simpler for everyone, okay, the best way to remember how to use noun clauses, the biggest one, okay, is when you use it as the subject, because this is probably what throws most students off. Why? Because when we say find the SVO, find the 主词动词受词, we are thinking about a noun, right? So John went to the store. Our subject is John. It's a person. It's just one word. Okay, and English likes to come in and just make things difficult, in which you would replace the subject, that noun, with that it was once a single word, with an entire sentence, with a full clause. Okay, and this can make things very confusing for a lot of students. So I've kind of identified the four main types of noun clauses for you to just kind of understand and for you to use. Okay, things that confuse students. So essentially what we're doing here is we are using different structures for our subject. Okay, so the first one is going to be the gerund clause. Okay, so basically it's you use a verb in the ing with an ing affixed to it. Okay, this is what we call the present participle, but this can also function as a noun. When it functions as a noun, we call it a gerund. So the simplest form of this is swimming is my favorite sport. Swimming is an action. Okay, but in this situation, swimming is also a noun. This action is my favorite sport, swimming. Okay, and because it's a noun, okay, you can basically add prepositional phrases at the end of it. So walking down the beach. It's not just walking anywhere, it is walking down the beach. This action calms my nerves. Okay, and a very close cousin of the gerund is the infinitive, which is instead of using ing, you slap on a to in front. We call this an infinitive. Why is it called infinitive? I don't know. All right, English is weird. Okay, but the idea here is that you add a to in front of your verb. That verb is no longer a verb. Okay, it is now the purpose of doing so. Okay, so we say attempts to find a solution, okay, have fallen flat. A lot of students will say, hey, the SVO is attempt, find solution. That's not how this works, okay? So attempts to find a solution means attempts 为了这个目的, okay, to find a solution. It's not 试着找一个结论, okay? It's this action, okay, describes the attempt. This is not the action that this attempt is doing. So if you look at the structure, the verb, the actual action that the attempt is doing, okay, is actually what? Attempts have fallen flat. It fails. But in this situation, we still have a noun that is placed in front of your infinitive. Okay, and that is where things can get confusing because you can take this out. Okay, so instead of saying attempts to find a solution, you can basically just start with to see the power of nature firsthand. This action, okay, is often a transformative experience. Okay, so this is another way for you to phrase your sentences. So now we're going to talk about our essential clauses. Okay, so that's going to be the third one. Okay, so essential clauses, we talked about this earlier. It's basically put a that in front of this. Okay. So I'm going to not talk about this sentence here, okay? We're just going to start with that some managed to survive. This sentence does not seem to make sense, okay? That some managed to survive shows the strength of the human spirit. Okay, why is that confusing? Because you ask yourself, okay, some managed to survive. This seems to be like a full sentence, okay? And then you have another shows the strength of the human spirit. That doesn't make any sense. So you want to ask yourself, then what possibly shows the strength of the human spirit? And then you go, oh, how about this? Let's actually slap the word concept, okay? So the concept, okay, that some manage to survive shows the strength of the human spirit. That makes this that makes this sentence easier to understand, okay? This concept shows the strength of the human spirit. What was the concept? Some manage to survive, okay? But basically, if you keep saying the word, the concept, that gets old very quickly. So in English, what we sometimes do is we will just take out those two words, and now you just have some managed to survive. Okay, so this is important because you can basically have an essential clause, and then you basically have like a full sentence built into your subject. Okay. A very close relative of essential clauses are positive clauses. Basically, instead of using that, you use who, what, when, why, where, and how. Okay. And so whenever you have one of these words in front of your sentence, okay, then this kind of means that the entire first SVO is actually your subject. Okay, so here, who the tourist had been talking to, okay, this entire underlined phrase here is our subject, was none other than the queen. Okay. So these are just some unique patterns that you guys can mimic when it comes to sentence construction. Okay, and if that feels not enough, okay, there are a few other ways that we can play this game. Okay, so the first thing, okay, that you can do is just add more prepositions. All right. So here we have an insane example. Okay, we walked into the sunset on a road along the coast next to our old house on the east side of the city. That is a mouthful. Okay, but then you realize, oh, okay, there is only technically one SVO, just we walked. Okay, we walked in the sunset. All of these are just prepositional phrases. They just kind of stacked one after the other. Okay. This is important because this not only just makes your sentences longer, it also gives the reader more information. Okay, giving more information is always good in this context. Another way that you can write, okay, is to write in what I call rules of three using parallel structures. Now, those of you in my class, you probably have heard me in reading class talk about finding A and B. Whenever you have the conjunction and, but, and or, that usually means there's some kind of comparison that's being made. We're going to expand upon this concept, and instead of making it A and B, we're going to make it A, comma, B, comma, and C. Okay, so now it's instead of A and B, it is now A, B, and C. This is a very common structure when it comes to reading and writing, okay? And so you want to basically pay attention to this. Pay attention to this in reading, and also don't be afraid to use this in writing. Okay, so here's a funny little story, okay? So what can A, B, and C be? Okay, it could be anything. Okay, it can be a noun, it can be an action, it could even be an entire clause, but the rule is the unit, okay, the structure has to be the same. They have to be interchangeable. Okay, so here's the joke. Okay, Zach likes Abby, Betty, and Charlene. In this sentence, okay, A, B, and C are names. Zach enjoys eating, sleeping, and dancing. 3 actions, all using ing, right? Zach loves to talk to Abby, dance with Betty, play with Charlene. So it's basically an action plus a prepositional phrase. Okay. And then when Zach was confronted by the 3 girls, he A, initially tried to explain himself, okay? B, found himself at a loss for words, and C, began to panic. So here, Zach, okay, is doing 3 different actions. These 3 different actions are they share the same subject, okay, which is Zach here. Okay, so here, okay, we have an example of a parallel structure. This is what we call A, B, and C. Now, there are rules, there are ways you can expand upon these rules. So the rule of 3, okay, So let's talk about the rule of three. Okay, so this basically means psychologically, our brains just like the number three for some reason. Okay, so that means, okay, whenever you're presenting information, present it in sets of three. It just makes your sentences automatically better. Now, previously, we said that your conjunction has to be and. Let's change that, okay? So here, Abby was the first to speak, angrily demanding how long Zach had been doing this, how foolish he was for thinking he could get away with this, or whether there are even more girls involved. Okay, so here we have replaced the conjunction and with or. Okay, three different clauses, three different actions, three things that Abby says. Okay, but you use the conjunction or. All right. So previously we've said that A, B, and C needs to be the same structure. Okay, and that is true to an extent, but we can kind of bend the rules a little bit. Okay, so how can we bend the rules? Well, we can say that all A, B, and C are all clauses, but they didn't really say like what type of clauses there were. Okay, so how about this? Okay, Zach, never having quite considered the consequences of romancing three different girls at the same time, this is a non-essential clause describing Zach, because if you take the sentence out, if you take this clause out, this still makes sense. Okay, so Zach found himself in a bit of a predicament. Okay, but, okay, nothing could quite prepare him for the shock of seeing Betty slowly take a giant pair of scissors. Okay, Zach is in some deep trouble. Okay, but you see how this sentence having three different clauses just sounds interesting. All right, aside from like the content, of course, obviously. All right. So what the other strategy that you can do? So earlier we said the structure is A, comma, B, comma, and C, right? But another strategy is you can actually change the punctuation. Okay, and you can even include tiny parallel structures within your main parallel structure. Okay, so let's take a look at what we can do here. Okay, so Charlene appeared calm and collected. Okay, so then instead of a comma, we use a colon to basically say, hey, this is an explanation. She did not cry or scream. Okay, so this is an explanation of how Charlene appears calm and collected. Now we use a semicolon. However, her cold, hateful, and merciless look of absolute disgust so thoroughly terrified Zach that he felt braver facing Betty and her scissors. Okay, so here, let's take a look at this, okay? We use different forms of punctuation to separate there are three different clauses, right? And we've also used a mini parallel structure to describe, we use three adjectives to describe Charlene's look of disgust. Okay, so you combine all this together, we get a very interesting scene here. Okay, so these are just ways for you to think about like how can you organize your sentences. So the rule of three is a very powerful strategy. Okay, I would say that you should try to use this at least once in your writing. Okay, if not more. Okay, you generally don't want to go too far because if you write too much, you end up something like this, and this just becomes really insane. And sometimes if you make mistakes, we call this a run-on sentence. That means the reader is no longer certain like what is your main idea anymore. Okay, so you want to be careful about this. So if all of that was like a lot to unpack, okay, the best way to think about this is just like this. Essentially, I'm going to say around 90% of all the variations that you can make with your sentence construction can be captured or described in this graph here. So you have your main subject verb object. Make sure you have a comparison placed in the front. You can add a comparison in the back. What can these comparisons be? Okay, they can be a dependent clause. They can be a prepositional phrase chain. They can be a subordinate clause. Okay. Your subject verb object, obviously your subject, okay, it's a noun, okay? You can add prepositional phrases to your noun. You can turn it to a gerund, you can switch it to a noun clause, okay? After your subject, you can add a positives, okay, or non-essential clauses to just describe your subject a little more, help your audience understand how important this is, okay? And then your object, okay, I'm not going to describe your verb and your objects, obviously, because I think you know this stuff, okay? But your final comparison, okay, you can add non-essential clauses using the word that, or you can use commas, okay, for non-essential clauses or subordinate clauses, okay? Or you can use a colon to describe a list. Okay, so there are so many ways for you to just build upon the main core of your sentence. You see how your first comparison and your second comparison all would describe your main SVO. This type of logic, okay, by keeping track of what is your main subject verb object is going to be really important. So I know a lot of Taiwanese students love templates. They're like, 老师, give me something to work with. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So this first sentence here is so well known that I like to call this the cheat sentence. I'm going to say that this is one structure that you can use once in every essay that you write. This is like your get out of jail free card where you don't really know what to write, but you're going to just use this once. All right. I'm going to say that don't do this. Don't do it so that you use this once in your task 1 and task 2. No, only use it once per exam, because if your examiner catches on that you're using a template, you're going to lose points. Okay, but let's talk about like what is this? Okay, so one of the most famous cheat sentences is the phrase, "It is important to know that." Okay, now this might seem like a why, okay, but I'm just gonna say this. Bonnie, give me a random SVO. Is Bonnie there? Out of the blue, I just call upon a student.
Hi.
Hi, Bonnie, give me a random SVO, just 3 words. How about this? I'll start. I'll just say candy is delicious. Okay. Now give me just give me a simple subject verb object construction.
I like to eat hamburgers.
I like to eat hamburgers. Okay. Claire. Give me an SVO. No, you're Bonnie. I said Claire. There's 2 Claires, so I should have 2 people online right now. What's going on? Okay, Claire, give me an SVO. It can be something absolutely silly, like, candy is delicious, as I said.
I want to sleep.
Who doesn't? I want to sleep. All right. Nick, give me a random SVO. Is Nick there? Okay, maybe Nick is asleep. Let's ask George. Is George there? George is also asleep. Is Kevin there? Okay, Nick is actually awake. Okay, Nick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Nick, give me a random SVO.
Let me think.
Okay. If you want to, if for the rest of the class, if you want to contribute, you can also start throwing in some SVOs into the chat. Be as creative as you can. Yes, Nick.
I love English. Does that count?
I love English. Yes, that is definitely an SVO. All right. I love English too. All right. Does anyone else want to add an SVO to the collection? Make it as silly, make it as crazy as possible. How crazy can you go? Can you be?
The boy likes brats.
The boy likes rats. Okay. All right. That's definitely insane. Okay. Who else wants to try? I'm going to take one more volunteer. There's no way you can get this wrong. Just as long as it's a who's doing what action, it will work. My kid is playing the piano. Okay. I'll take it. So why do I bring all of these up is let's play with this, okay? Let's put this, it is important to know that. All right, So can I say it is important to know that I like hamburgers? Ladies and gentlemen, does this sentence work? Yes, it does. It works. Can I say it is important to know that I want to sleep? Can this sentence work? Yes, it does. It also works. It is important to know that I love English. Can this sentence work? Yes, it does. It is important to know that the boy likes rats. So he plays in the street, in the gutter. Can this sentence work? Yes, it does. It is important to know that my kid is playing the piano. Sandra, how old is your kid? Are they good at playing piano?
My kid is 6 years old.
Okay, so do you think he's a good player? Actually,
I think in his age, in her age, she is good.
okay, so we should all just shut up and listen to her play. Listen to her play. Can this sentence work? Yes, the sentence works. So the question is, what is this black magic? So the idea here is that this sentence, no matter what you throw after whatever SVO you add here, this sentence is going to work. The meaning is just, hey, whatever the sentence is, it's important. That's all this does. But essentially what you've done is you have taken what was originally a 3-word sentence and you've made it basically 1 line. This is why we call this a template, right? And what we're doing here is we're just playing with the idea of turning your idea into an essential clause. Okay, so another similar concept is in setting like one something is that, okay? So we can say, this one is a little bit more flexible. We can say one lesson, okay? A lesson is, we can say an important lesson is that we need to brush our teeth before we sleep, before sleeping. Okay, so here, okay, we have an important lesson is that another SVO. These two are extremely flexible. Okay, so why is this important is because you'll notice they all have like this blank SVO. This is why when you are creating your sentences, you need to be very clear about what is your SVO, because there's so many ways to package this up into other clauses. Okay, so here's another one. Okay, I always say that English loves comparisons. Okay, there is an entire set of words that describe compare and contrast. Okay, so here's one. Even though blank, okay, here's your main SVO. However, something else happened. So you have, as long as you have these 3 that kind of compare with each other, you're basically pretty set. Okay. So then another way to do this is to set up your context and your reason. Okay, so this is very common. Okay, so during you basically give like a duration or a time. Okay, this depends on like what you want to do here. Okay, but then you have your SVO and then you give a reason why. All right, that's another way. You're mixing and matching, right? You can also have cause and effect due to the fact that something happened, something else happened, and consequently something else happened. Right? There are so many different ways for you to mix and match your sentences. Okay, so these are just some templates for you to play with. So now that we've talked about this, let's come back to the main question here. Okay, so let's just work. So what we want to do, the process, okay, in case you guys kind of forgot, is you want to start with your main points first, right? That's why we have an outline. You want to turn your main ideas into SVOs, okay? This is going to be the critical first step. You want to turn like the key points from your outline into just a simple SVO. It doesn't have to be a very good SVO. It just has to get the point across. Okay. And after you've hashed out what is the structure of your sentence, then you can go back and change the words a little bit. Okay, so if you don't believe me, let's take a look at what we have here. So let's just turn greatest change into a sentence, because I want to say my first body paragraph is about there are changes, right? So we can say there are many great changes. Okay, let's just keep it simple. Okay, this is just a simple transformation from just a concept to an SVO. All right, the next sentence, okay, teaching accommodations and administration. Let's turn this into an SVO. So these are teaching accommodations and administration. So here we are doing, what are we doing here? This is a parallel structure, right? A, B, and C. It lends itself to this structure. Okay. And then numbers. Let's take a look here. So I was lazy, I didn't write down the numbers, but what were the values for teaching? Okay, so teaching in research, okay, goes from 53 to 48. So I could say teaching goes from 53% to 48%. Okay. What were some other numbers? We said accommodations. Okay, accommodations. Where's accommodation? Accommodation goes from 16 to 8%. Was it 16 or was it 18? Hold on a second. It was 16 to 8. Okay. Whoops. And administration, okay, goes from 6 to 16. Okay, so what we've done here, okay, is so this is, you can realize that this sentence already has 3 SVOs built in, right? As I said, it lends itself, right? Because these are the 3 observations. And this, so here we already have our basic sentences. So I'm going to copy these, okay? I'm going to copy these, and then we can play with these sentences. Let's remove these. And just to make it simpler, I'm just going to do this, okay? So we essentially have these simple SVOs. And now that we have our SVOs, it is time for us to add more information, right? Because this is the core idea, but this is very bare bones. Let's add some stuff to it. So instead of saying there are many great changes, what are some clauses that we can add before and after? Okay, so how about this? Let's just start with a prepositional phrase. In the graph shown, comma, there are many great changes. Okay, what kind of changes? Let's add a prepositional phrase. Okay, a phrase that describes great changes. Okay, how about, let's just say, in how the university manages its budget. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this here as like as an extra copy so that we can see. So immediately we can kind of see that there are already, like, this is already looking a little bit different because there's extra details here, right? So then after you have added information before and after, Now you can go back to the main SV and ask, okay, is there any way that we can make this main statement just a little bit more interesting? Okay, so there are many, so I think there are, okay, is already like pretty basic. I wouldn't change this, okay, but the main keyword here is going to be great changes, right? Because that was literally our keyword here. So then you want to ask yourself, can we make this just a little bit more interesting? Because great and change feel kind of just meh, right? So instead of saying great, okay, let's say significant. Significant adjustments, okay? So once you use adjustments, you need to change the preposition. Instead of saying in, you would say to, okay? To how the university manages its budget. Okay, but again, we're using some basic wording. We're using some basic words here. Now, I'm going to say this, okay? How about this? I will change manages, okay? I'm going to use a word called appropriate, okay? Now, some of you are probably saying, 老师, I have no idea what appropriate means. I've never even seen this word used in this way. That's okay. Why? Because if, let's just say, this is all that you know, or even you can't even think of using significant adjustments, okay? You only can think of great changes. I'm going to say this. This is still a perfectly good response. Okay, if you can turn your sentence from this to something like this is already guaranteed a 6.5. All right, granted that if there are no grammatical errors, this is like solid 6.5 or even 7 material. Okay, so let's take a look at, let's just keep moving on. All right, so these are teaching accommodations and administration. Okay, so we basically, well, let's just remove the highlights for now because that just makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to turn this. These are teaching conversations, administration. Okay. So again, the strategy here is you want to add clauses before and after. So then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say amongst all the different, let's say you can't really think of like a word you want to use. So I'm just going to say blank. All right. These are teaching accommodations administration. Okay. Now, again, okay, these, okay, you're not quite this. If you want to think about like what is this connected to? Greatest changes, right? You want to ask yourself, is there a better way for you to, actually, no, I'm breaking my own rule, okay? Because I want to see if I can add anything after this clause. So let's add another comma, and let's see, can we add another clause to this? These are teaching accommodation and administration. So you can think about like, is there anything that we can elaborate on before we actually give our evidence? Okay. So how about this? So teaching basically decreases, accommodations decreases, and administration goes from 16 to 6 to 16. Okay. So if we want to describe this in general, okay, we can say some of which go up and some of which go down. Okay. So now the sentence is a lot more interesting. Okay. So now we can say amongst, let's actually see if we can replace this word. Instead of saying X, what can we use? We can maybe say categories. Okay. Amongst all the different categories, okay, so now we can look at this main section here and say, this doesn't feel very clear. How can we clarify these? Okay. So instead of saying these are, okay, we can say the ones that show the greatest changes are, okay? So we're just making this a little bit more interesting, but at the same time, we realize that greatest changes is being repeated. And this is where we start getting flagged down for lexical resource. We have an unspoken rule, which is you never use the same words twice. So then you have to ask yourself, is there another way for us to change greatest changes? Okay. So what is another way can we rephrase this? How about, let's say, most significant, okay? Most significant. So here we can, maybe we can use adjustment, okay? But I already used adjustment earlier. Oh no, that's another word that we can use. We can say revision, okay? Or there was another word I wanted to think about. Most significant. Okay, if I'm not sure, what we do is we call it X for now. Okay. So one important concept here is that if you cannot think of a word, you do not spend too much time thinking about it. Okay. You just move on. Okay. So here, okay, this is when I'm going to say, okay, for the time being, I can only think of the word adjustment. Okay, so then I'm just going to finally bite the bullet. I'm going to say adjustment. Okay. So when you look at this, okay, you can see how almost this final sentence is borderline unrecognizable compared to the previous statement. Okay, but you can look at like the actual part, okay, the actual core of the sentence still generally remains unchanged. Okay, so now let's take a look at the last sentence here. Okay, teaching goes from 53 to 848. Okay, so we're gonna make a copy. So we can say, first things first is let's actually plug in a transition, okay? For example, okay? Just to make sure that we are telegraphing to the reader that, hey, we're giving evidence, right? Teaching, okay, goes from 53 to 48. Now, here's the thing. Notice how for all three of these verbs, we all use the same verb, okay? Now, when you're creating your rough draft, using the same word here is fine. But now that you're revising, okay, you want to see if you can find more interesting verbs, okay? So if you go from 53 to 48, okay, we can say what? Maybe it's like it dips, okay? It dips from 53 to 48. Accommodations, okay, 16 to 8%, okay? How about this? This does not feel like just a tiny dip, right? It drops, okay? And administration goes from 6% to 16%. This is an increase, right? So what is a word that we can use to describe increase? Okay, aside from increase, okay? This is actually pretty significant. This is like double, right? So maybe we can say, why not just doubles, right? Or doubles, or maybe even like shoots up. Okay, either of these could work because this is significant. All right. So you guys can choose which one you want to use. I'm going to use doubles. No, it's actually more than double. So I'm going to say, actually, if it's 18%, that would mean it's triple. So I'm going to say almost triples. Okay. So now we've kind of revised the verbs a little bit. Okay, but now let's do a little bit more. Okay, so for example, accommodations drops from 16 to 8%. I personally think this is a little bit interesting. Okay, but I can't say that. So how do I demonstrate interest? Okay, let's plug in a non-essential clause. So how can we do non-essential clauses? Okay, you can use double commas, you can use double parentheses, or you can use double dashes. Now, since this sentence is already kind of long, we already have multiple commas here, okay? Let's try not to overly confuse our readers, and let's use double dashes. So let's use double dashes. Okay, whoops. Okay, And so I'm going to add another statement, okay? I'm going to say a 50% decrease, okay? And administration almost triples from 16 to 16%, okay? So then, okay, what else I want to look at is when we look at our original SVO here, okay, there is actually something slightly wrong with our sentence, which is teaching goes from 53 to 48%. Now, let's just actually think about that for a moment. Can teaching, okay, I am now teaching this class. Can my teaching go from 53 to 48%? Does that actually make sense? What does 53% teaching looks like, and what does 48% teaching looks like? That doesn't make any sense, right? So what we actually are missing is we are actually missing a unit, because teaching cannot be 53%. What is 53% related to teaching? It is how much money the university spends, right? So let's actually say, okay, the money spent, oh, nope, let's just say the money spent on teaching, okay, dips from 53 to 58%. I'm going to use past tense because both years are actually in the past, okay? Dip from 50 to 48%. Accommodations dropped, okay? Same thing goes for accommodations, right? So instead of saying accommodations, let's just say accommodation costs, or I should say, we're to use budget, right? Okay, so we can say money spent, okay. Costs, okay. Dropped from 16 to 8%, a 50% decrease. And administration, what is another unit for administration? We're going to turn this into an adjective, administrative, let's see, expenditures. Okay, so basically this is a fancy way of like how much money did you spend. So we are categorizing this as an adjective. Administrative expenditures, okay, almost tripled, okay, from 16 to 16%. So you look at these two sentences, okay, they share the same DNA, but this one is clearly different, okay? So when you combine all of these together, you'll notice that the sentence, the paragraph, is actually pretty substantial. You look at the word count for just one paragraph, it's already 75, right? So that literally means if you're writing 3 paragraphs, 2 paragraphs, that's 150. You add another paragraph, that's basically you're over the word limit, right? Or excuse me, you're over the minimum word count. So this is why I say you should not be worried about your word count, because I can hit half of the word count in just 1 paragraph. Okay, are there any questions about what we're doing right now? So I know I'm kind of going kind of fast, but I want you guys to kind of realize like what are the tricks that I'm doing. What is the process? Okay. What do you guys have to do? Because I'm gonna say this, when I do it, it looks really easy. When it's your turn to do it, it feels like it's impossible. So before I give the floor to you, okay, I'm gonna give this time I'm going to give this opportunity for anyone to ask questions about this process, because I know it looks easy, okay, but I'm willing to basically spend a little bit more time to explain the process. Does anyone have any questions? 不清楚的举手。任何地方觉得说我不清楚的，觉得说 OK, how about this? 觉得有点花掉了，举手一下。 Raise your hand if this looks like black magic and you're not quite sure how this works.
Teacher, how do you use double dash?
Oh, okay. So double dash, okay, this is actually a keyboard shortcut. I'm on a PC, okay? The the dash shortcut is actually Alt plus 0151. So it's the Alt key. All right, hold down Alt and press 0151 on your keypad. Okay, but if you don't know how to do this, then just double dash is fine too. I just do this because I'm used to it. But that's a good question. Okay, are there any other questions? All right, if there are no questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have left body paragraph 2 for you to play with. Okay, so right now I have 14 people on the Google document. Okay, there are 22 students in the class, which means I'm going to say there's roughly 1/3 of you who are not here. I'm not going to ask why, because that is a question that you should be asking yourselves. Okay, but what I want you guys to do is I want you to copy body paragraph 2. Okay, and this is basically just the same structure, right? So what are the steps? I'm going to just help you guys out just here a little bit more. Okay, so what are the steps? Step 1, okay? Steps to sentence construction. Step 1, okay? Turn your keywords into a simple SVO. Okay, step 2, add clauses before your SVO. Step 3, okay, modify your main SVO. Okay. Whoops. So these are the 3 main steps. Okay. So I want to remind you guys, when you are first turning your sentence into a simple SVO, it can be simple. It's perfectly fine if it's simple. Okay. But you don't want to create a magical sentence, like a black magic sentence like this, like immediately. You don't want to do that, right? Keep it simple. Look at how simple my sentences were at the very beginning. It's literally right here, right? So don't skip this step. So what I want you guys to do is I want to copy body paragraph 2. I want you to basically follow these 3 steps for these 3 sentences. That's all you have to do for each body paragraph. Okay, so right now it is 9:27. I'm going to stick around for maybe an extra 10-15 minutes, okay, for you guys to practice. I'm also going to take this time to answer any other questions that you guys may have. Okay, if there are no questions, you guys can begin. You guys can dig in. Okay, so what you want to do is I want you to copy this part over here. Okay, put your name on it, and then start practicing. Because I'm gonna say this, it looks easy, okay? It looks easy because I've been doing this for years. Okay, I don't really have to think about this. But for you guys who are still learning, this is going to feel like it's the most difficult thing ever. And that's okay. That's why you're here in this class. All right, but you guys have to get your hands dirty. You guys have to like kind of wrestle with it a little bit. All right. So with that being said, okay, yeah, you guys can copy and you guys can begin. I recommend doing this on the Google document so I can actually look at your process. Okay. That way I can tell like when you get stuck. Does anyone have any difficulties? All right, so you guys can begin. All right, also pick a different color. Okay, everyone pick a different color so that it's purple and pink are my colors to show like my rough draft and my final drafts. So everyone pick like a different color. Okay. Just don't pick one that's too bright. That way, like, my eyes will bleed. Also, if it's not, since it's pretty much 9:30. If you want to leave, you can leave. Okay. You would only stay if you want to practice, or if you want, or if you want my feedback. So does anyone have any outstanding questions, or not out, maybe you guys don't understand what outstanding means. Does anyone have any questions about writing in general or about what we talked about in today's class? Okay, I see 3 students who are practicing. Okay, so for the students, if you feel stuck, here's the strategy. Okay, because I see like you guys are looking at this and you feel stuck, right? So the trick is you don't want to erase the original. Keep the original, guys. Angela and Sandra, don't erase the outline. You want to keep that outline because that reminds you of like what you're supposed to do. Okay. So let me first actually let me for the students who are practicing, Angela, Sandra, and Brandon. Okay. Do you guys understand what is the outline for body paragraph 2? When we say same or little change, what does that actually mean to you? 3个同学, you guys are working, so I'm going to ask you to respond.
I think that 找出那个2个图表中的相同跟一些不同。
Okay, so maybe since this was my outline, okay, so what I was trying to say is my first body paragraph is I talked about the categories that had the greatest change, right? Teaching and research, accommodation, administration management. These 他们改变是最多的 right? 其他的它改变就很少或者 they almost didn't change. Right? So when I said little to small change, okay, 我的指是这个是 the how much percentage of the budget that they occupied didn't really change that much. 我这样讲你懂意思吗？ Brandon, Angela,跟 Sandra.
You mean like sorry, I forgot what this kind of picture. This circle picture, what's it called?
It's a pie chart.
A pie chart. You mean the percent of one part is almost same, but like have different like 1%, 2%, like something like that?
Okay, so for example, look at the outline. Okay, the outline says financial support, maintenance, and libraries. Let's just take a look at these, all right? So financial support for students, right? It's at 5% in 2005. In 2015, it is 8%. So 你会感觉怎么样？它其实没有改变很多, right?
Change, but change a little.
It changed a little. Yeah, it changed a little. Okay. What about libraries? 10% to 5%. 没有改变太多, right? And campus maintenance, 它完全没有变，还是 10%. 所以呢，我会说 like 这3个 ，OK， 这3个是我决定我把它归在一起。This is why, OK, financial support, maintenance, and libraries 我把它放在我的 focus. This is my introduction. Whoops. Okay. And then this was my focus, right? And then my example are my numbers. So this is basically my structure, right? So 我们先讲说大概 our main idea is that I want to focus on the categories that have the smallest or no changes. What are they? Financial support, maintenance, and libraries, okay? And then what are the numbers for these? 我们看到说，我们如果这样子排列的时候呢，我们的读者会很清楚的看到说，Hey, what are we trying to do？这样子 Angela 跟 Brandon 跟 Sandra 可以看得到吗？
可以。
Okay, so then your goal is to turn same or little change, okay, into a simple SVO.
Okay.
So let's have everyone try to do this right now. Okay, so if you're not sure how that works, you can kind of look at how I did it. Okay. But the key point here is that same and or little change should be part of your subject verb object construction. So 你可以换个方式问说呢 same little or little change, is that your subject or is that your object? Okay, Brandon, do you want that to be your subject or your object?
Subject.
Subject, okay. Then what is the action and what is the object? 这个东西它做了什么事情 Okay. Now, Angela, what about you? Brandon 决定他要把 same 跟 little change 变成他的 subject. What about you? What do you want to do?
Object.
Okay, you want to make it your object. Okay, that can work. Then 那你的主词跟你的动词跟它跟是什么东西对你的 same 跟 little change 是什么呢 What about Sandra?
Subject.
Subject?
Yeah.
Okay. So now if you choose subject, then you have to ask yourself, same or little changes, okay, 做了什么事情 What does it do? Okay, so 我希望每个同学要先做这个步骤 because this is the first block. Okay, so I'm gonna show you again, okay? My outline, okay, said greatest change. Okay, now in this situation, I turned it into there are many great changes. So 我们造句的时候 this is actually a very important step. 我们要从 great change 变成一个陈述是 there are many great changes. Okay, so how can you do the same for small changes? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Okay, Sandra, you're jumping into step 2. Okay, so you need 我要你做的是 you have to turn these simple concepts into SVOs first. If you don't do this, okay, you will be stuck. You need to do this first step. Okay, Sandra, I think you're using a lot of fancy words. Okay, right now my advice is don't use fancy words because then you get stuck on the meaning of those words. Okay, this is the thing that sounds infuriatingly simple, but actually requires you to think. Okay, you have to turn this concept, okay, into a simple sentence. Okay, now if you want to change the wording slightly, like what Serena did, this is good. Okay, there are a number of slight change. This is good. This is a good start. Okay, so Serena, keep going. My logic is always you want to learn to walk before you learn how to fly. Okay, so Angela says there are only 3 parts that almost stay the same. Okay, I can take this. Okay.
Teacher，
Yes, Serena.
因为
Yes.
Body One 已经有出现 in How the University，那是不是 Body Two 就不要再重复一遍？
Then you would want to find different ways to phrase that. Right? But since that was 老师的例子, you want to borrow it, that's fine.
Okay.
但是那我会建议你说 if this is one way, are there other ways? Okay, Brandon, you seem to be stuck.
Yes.
Okay, Brandon, 你现在卡在哪里？
I don't know how to write the number part.
Okay, 我现在看到是 little change happen on the proportion. Okay, 我觉得你好像是在你刚刚借用那个 Sandra 用 proportion，我觉得 proportion 你先不要用。OK， 我要你先做的是，你把 same little change 这个概念，你要先把它编成一个简单的句子。
好。
OK， 你先，我现在看你，我要你先做这个步骤。
Okay. Little change.
所以你要说，你刚刚是说你要把 little change 当做你的主词还是受词？我忘记了。
主词。
主词，好，那主词，那如果它是主词的话，那这个 little change 有做什么动作？所以你在目前，你就是 little change happen，right？所以你目前你的主词动词就是 little change happen，所以你就先这样子写。这个是你的核心 ，so you keep this for now。你先把 on the 先拿掉。OK， 好，那 financial support、maintenance 跟 libraries 这是三个，它是三个categories，right？但是一样，你要把这三个概念，这三个 keywords 把它变成一个 SVO。你可以看老师怎么做的，老师是把它变成三个，我是把它变成一个 ABC 句 ，right？ 但是你还是有 SVO， 所以我要你现在你第一个句子 ，That's great，That is your first sentence。 Okay, your second sentence, turn that into an SVO. 可以做吗？
You mean this one?
Yes, that one. So I want you to create a simple sentence, just an SVO about financial support. Okay. Can you do that for me?
Right.
Hmm?
I'm trying.
Okay. 好。
So, financial support. Financial. Oh, can I use increase?
Does it increase?
Yeah, yes, 5% to 8%.
Okay. So how about this? Let's just say financial support increase. Okay. Okay. 你先不要加, let's not make it too complicated. You want to make sure that your basic sentences work, okay? Financial support, 我们就先说 increase 就好了。Okay, 好，你先做 libraries. What do libraries 有变吗？哦，libraries 有是 maintenance 没有改 ，right？
That's about half. 5% of 10% to 5%.
OK，所以你可以看一下我们目前做的 focus。OK，你的主词、动词、受词只是大概讲说发生什么事情，所以你先不要把细节讲，你先不要把东西讲得太细。OK， 你就说，所以你先不要加那个数字，那个数字是你的 example，right？ 你要先大致上，你要让你的读者觉得说 ，OK，financial 他到底做什么事情？大致上，大概他做什么？ Okay. Oh, I'm looking at Serena's for sorry. Okay. Financial support increase. Okay, now maintenance now.
Maintenance. Maintenance. Let me give me a second. Maintenance.
While you're looking.
Doesn't
Okay.
change. It's are the same.
Okay. You had a perfect sentence. Maintenance doesn't change.
Okay.
Put that down. Okay, and then what? Libraries. Okay, well, I'll wait. Huh?
Because the third one,
Brandy, 你的麦克风再讲一次。不太清楚，再讲一次。
okay, I mean the third one.
Okay, what happened to the libraries?
Library is cut in half.
Put that in exactly how you said it.
I'm using right word.
Yes, put it down exactly as you said it.
Cut in half.
Okay, well, then we would say is cut in half. 前面加个 is， 对。Okay, so now you have some very simple SVOs for your sentences. Okay. 那 number 我先想说，你先不要做 numbers，OK， 你就先针对你目前有的 ，OK， 你先做第二个步骤。 OK，所以那个重点是 Brandon，你要先学会就是造简单的句子。OK，so this is a good first step. OK，好 ，little change happen. OK，所以呢，你之后呢，你就要想说，好，我前面跟后面，我可以再怎么形容 little change happen？
In the past 3 years.
就是你前面跟后面。OK，你可以多怎么形容这个陈述？
I mean, can I say little trends happen in this decade?
可以。So here's the thing. This is the important lesson here. Once your main SVO 出来之后, and as long as you don't have grammatical errors here, okay? 这个你只要很清楚它是按照你的 outline 做出来，你的作文不会偏题。
Okay.
Okay, so then all you gotta do is just make sure you focus on what are you describing about little changes happening.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can try doing this. Okay, I'm going to look at other students. Okay, so all right, Serena. All right, is Serena, where is your first sentence? Okay, there are a number of slight change. Okay. Okay, so Serena, I'm not quite sure what you're doing over here. Okay, what you can do is why don't you have put this like underneath your introduction so I know that's like your revision of your keyword. Can you do that for me? Okay, 你帮我把，因为这样子我不知道说你把 same little change 这个东西，你 where is the sentence？ 因为我希望看到的是你们从一个简单的 keyword 变成一个简单的句子，然后再把它延伸变成一个比较长的句子。我要看到这3个步骤。
好。
Okay. Okay, Sandra, you seem good for now? All right. Okay, only 3 the same. Okay. Angela, where is your sentence for your focus? Your focus sentence. Financial support libraries and maintenance campuses. Where is your sentence for this? 我没有看到. Or is that something you don't know? 你不知道怎么弄?
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, so you can take a look at what I did, right? So what I did was I treated teaching, accommodations, and administration as A, B, and C. That's one strategy, right?
So I write there are libraries maintaining support and maintaining
Maintenance.
Maintenance and
Okay.
financial support.
Yeah. 你就先把它变成一个简单的句子，因为目前你这几个字呢，它只是一些字而已 right? They're just words. But you need to turn it into a statement. All right. Now, why is this an important step? Do you guys know why this is an important step? For everyone who is still here, why is this important is because let's say you run out of time, or let's say you just don't know how to write this. You don't know like what tricks you can play for this particular sentence. Okay. Let's say for me, okay, I just realized that this is the extent of my ability. 就是我句子我只能写成这样子. Here is my period, okay? This sentence still passes. 我这个还是可以交得出去. Sure, it's not A+ material, but it still passes. All right. So why is this important? Is because if you don't skip this step and all we do is we just write down teaching accommodations and administration, or if we get stuck, we spend too much time trying to write this sentence and we don't finish our response, we can avoid these bad outcomes. 我会宁愿你们能写出一个很简单，但它是个完整的句子，而不要变成的是你写不出一个基本的句子，或者呢，你为了你要造出一个好的句子，你反而超过了时间，然后你写不完其他的部分。Okay, so it's all about time management. This is why I want you to write the way I want you to write. Okay, 就是说你不用每一个句子要变像老师写这么漂亮 ，OK？ 你要写的是你的整个作文可以过关。Can you have short sentences? Yeah, you can, of course. A few short sentences is fine. Okay? So你可以去挑选说 where do I want to spend more time explaining things? What does it make sense to add a lot of details into my first sentence? No, right? 如果说我第一个句子 there are many great changes. And that's all I can think of. That's fine. That's my topic sentence. That's my introduction. 那就我不用说太多 because it still gets the point across. 我们的读者还是可以很清楚的了解说我们整个段落在说什么。All right? So this is the reason why I want you to follow these steps. All right? Okay. I see a lot of students who are practicing. Because it's currently 9:56, I'm pretty sure everyone is tired. Does anyone want me to look at their responses? Raise your hands. Okay, so it's going to have to be like you have to take the initiative now. 希望我看你们的 Okay, I see one. Okay. Mao. Okay. 是毛还是猫还是第几声呢？
是4声。
Mao. Okay.
对。
All right. So there is a minor change in the pie chart. Okay. Let me clue you in. Okay. So first sentence. Okay. 你的 SV 的核心尽量不要错。Okay. There are some means there's more than one, right? Make sure you add an S for change. Okay. Let me clue you in.我觉得没有必要讲说让我把我跟你拉进来 ，OK？ So 我觉得你就是直接讲说 financial support maintenance 跟 library 他到底做了什么事情，或 what happened to them， 不用把你跟我拉进来 ，OK？ the percentage of financial support raised gently. OK， 我会问说 like how can you tell it's gently？ OK, gentle 是温柔的意思。OK, so I think 这个字没有你可能是用 slightly. OK, 好 maintain the campus same. Turn this into a sentence. OK, libraries to 10 to 5%. Also turn this into a sentence. OK, 茂，我这样讲你懂我的意思吗？
懂。所以老师的意思是，就是要把那个 let me clue in 直接拿掉，换成
对你的 SV， 你要这样子想说，你不是随便造一个句子，是你的 SVO， 你的主词、动词、受词是你的句子的核心，它一定要很完整的表达出你这个句子你要表达是什么 ，right？ 所以你如果提到 financial support, maintenance 跟 libraries, you have to tell the reader something happened to these things or they did something. 不然它不是你的核心。OK， 你就看我的例子嘛。你看我写的时候呢 ，OK， 我说我的 body paragraph 1， 我的3个是 teaching, accommodations and administration。那我这本变成 these are。那你可能觉得说 these are 这个句子感觉很无聊，但是你要想说这个句子跟我前面有没有咬合 ？Because what is the purpose of my writing？ 是我要陈述整体上 there are many great changes， What changes are there? Oh yeah, these are teaching accommodations and administration，它就连接下来，对不对？但这个句子其实很关键，是讲说 What are the great changes？ 这样有看到这个句子虽然很简单 ，but it fills a very important role。这样有看到吗？
有。
OK, good. OK， 其他部分都清楚吗
OK，
？OK， 好 ，Serena。OK， let's take a look. During this, where is your sentence? 你的 introduction sentence 在哪里？OK, this one. During this 10-year period, there are a number of slight change about university manages. OK, Serena， 我要你先把你的原本的 SVO 先保留住，这样子你才不会失去掉 what is 你的句子的核心。What was your original SVO？ 你会发现我刚才写的时候，你会发现我都会把我的原本的句子保留住。What was your original SVO？ I remember it was there are a number of slight change. 我印象中是这个。So we're going to copy for the sake of time because there are a few other students who want to ask questions. I'm going to just keep this here, okay? There are a number of slight change. Okay, so why is this important? Is because this part is the most important of your sentence. So 你前面加这个部分 that's good. Okay, you added context. All right, there are a number of slight change, although number 的话 means that it's more than one, right? So you would want to make this plural. Okay, 但是你这边的 about 好 about 是介系词片语 ，OK？ 但是你这边的 university manager 是个动词哦。OK， 所以你可能要做的是 about how， 我们可以把它变成一个 positive clause， 就是变成 about how the university manages its budget spending。你如果没有加那个 how 的话呢？你变成你这边你变成两个 SVO， 然后我不知道哪一个是你的 main statement。Does that make sense? All right. 然后呢，我没有看到你的 focus sentence。these are 这个不要忘记哦，这个不要忘记。Okay, don't forget to plug this in。因为你如果这个没有 plug in 的话呢 ，OK， 你直接从这边跳到 financial support rise 的话，就感觉有点奇怪。有没有看到？All right, so don't forget 那个 structure 很重要哦。All right. Yeah, so that's a sentence. These are 3 sentences. 这个那个标点符号 make sure you use the right ones. Okay, so keep practice. 我会说 like if you want to keep practicing, like make this a submission. Okay, guys, if you want me to give like a full breakdown, okay, post your submissions under student submissions. Okay, so what you can do is you list the prompt, list your name, your submission date. Okay, post a little message, leave a little comment here like this. You highlight, press comment, say, hey, leave a comment like. Help me look at my essay, please. Okay. Kevin, I received yours, I think, a few days ago. Haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Okay. But if you want me to look at your work, do the same thing. Okay. There's a lot of submissions here. You guys can take a look at your other classmates' work. Okay. Let's see. Claire. Okay. So Serena, any other questions? 我看你还要举手。
我忘记放下。
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Claire. 刚刚是谁先举手？是 Claire 吗？ All right.
Teacher, I just want to make sure. You mean you finish my word? You don't have to put that there only.
Say that one more time.
写好的作文就放在那边就好，还是还要？
你希望我批改你的作文的。All right， 我会说如果你们真的要进步的话，你们需要 练习，然后老师跟你讲说你哪里需要进步，然后你要再练，就是一直修，一直修，你要修大概10到15次，这是最基本的，同学的作文才会开始好起来。OK，不是说你听老师讲或者看老师做，然后你的作文就是一鸣惊人的。It doesn't work like that. It looks easy until you try it for yourself.
No, I mean, if teacher, I want you to check about it. Is have the my any color on my name, or just put that there?
No, put it there. Put it. Okay, so what you do? Okay, do what Kevin does. Okay, Kevin 就是他把他的那个 prompt 放上去。OK，然后呢，作文就写在这边，right？然后呢，你一定要做的是，它这个不是加颜色，它这个是comment。哦，okay, so don't do this. Don't highlight your name. Not like this. Okay, like this. Okay, you highlight your name and then you add a comment. 你要说 like hi，在这边 hi, please look at my essay, please. Okay，点 comment that sends me a notification. Okay，不然的话我真的不知道我真的不 I will not look at these exercises. 这只是练习而已。I will not know if unless you leave a comment. Okay. All right. So Claire, let's take a look. Somebody's gonna keep the same or little changes. Some items keep the same. 有一些东西，有一些项目它保留一样的，或它保留一些稍微的改变。This sentence doesn't quite make sense. Okay. As shown on the side, financial support or the portions are relatively less expensive. Really? Financial support. And okay, all right. If that's what you want to say, that's fine. Okay. OK，你要这样子陈述的话，我会说你要稍微注意一下你的example 的陈述。OK，你的example 是要展现出他们的 expense 是比较少的。OK，but Managed support for students slightly went up. Okay, this is okay. Maintenance cameras I would say stayed the same at 10%. Libraries got mild decrease. Okay, so 这个主动词有点怪怪的，所以我会说 libraries mildly decreased. OK， 我们要把 mild 变成副词，这个 got 不需要，可是你这边有个动词，这边有个动词。OK， Clear 这样清楚吗？
OK，谢谢。
All right. Okay. Are there any? Okay, so last one's Kevin. All right, let's take a look. There are some parts that still remain the same. Okay, financial specific. This is not a complete sentence, Kevin. Okay. Financial support goes from 5 to okay. Decrease in half. I would say by half. Okay, but okay. These seem to be pretty good. These are good. These are good beginnings, except for this one. This one is not a complete sentence.
I kind of changed in the paragraph, so but I'm not
Okay.
sure.
To be more specific, financial information are the three what?
Three. I don't know how to keep like 3 portion.
Okay, maybe 3 categories.
3 category. 这样就算一个 sentence 吗？
It's a sentence, but it feels a little bit incomplete. 但是如果你要赶时间的话，你句子核心在啊。So the key point here is that you want to create. 你要先造一个句子是，你如果说老师说 OK, put your pencils down， 你还是交得出去。Right? So 你的 goal 是要先做这个步骤，你不能说你那个句子没有造完，然后就交出去，那个就表示你的文法有问题。
OK， 所以像是我把 3 category 加进去，这个句子算是初步的完成的意思。
Yeah.
OK， 那我再想一下怎么再增加。
那你可以做是 are these 变成这个 the 变成 these， 因为这个才会连回到 remain the same。 所以你还要那个 one thing that you want to think about is how do these sentences connect to each other, right? So 我们做 outline 的目的是你要想说 okay, what do all these things have to do with each other? Okay. All right. I think that's going to be all. It's like 10 p.m. guys, okay? You guys are all troopers. If there are no final questions, I think that's going to be all for tonight, okay? Keep practicing, keep working hard, okay? Everyone take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you all again next class.